Let's see here. Okay, we have all of those test units, which are fine. We have the cantonist recruits. Let's see here. We're going to start with the Prussians. So anybody who's joining today, what we're doing is we're just going through all the uniforms. This is not a public uniform editor. Also, this model looks very low quality, but the player is going to be playing from this perspective, so you're not really going to see the lack of detail. But we'll just keep them kind of zoomed out. The bust is what is looking more detailed on the right. That is what's more important. But yeah, we basically have these unit trees, and I'm just double checking all the uniforms, and then we're going to add the British and the French uniforms, which are currently not in the game, and we might be able to, if we go long enough, we may actually be able to finish every single uniform in the game. Now, I've already done most of the Prussian, the Austrian, and the Russian uniforms. Almost all of those are done. So if we just have to add the British and the French and correct a few uniforms, then it shouldn't be too tough. Cantonist recruits I'm pretty happy with. They've got the cyan color means the player can adjust that color. So anything left cyan is player editable. So you can see here that the player can actually edit the collar and the cuffs of the uniform. And so something else that we're going to see is I did note something, some changes I want to make, which were about the the Prussians. I think what we wanted to do is change the Prussian facing defaults. Let me just double check. There it is. Consider changing facings for Cantonist Recruit and Prussian Musketeer to be default red facings. Yeah, I think that's probably what I want to do. Let me open up YouTube so I can get to you guys on the chat as well, if anybody's here. Okay, it says I'm not streaming, which is weird. Am I streaming on the wrong channel? No, this is live and unlisted. Okay, well now we'll make it public. There we go. Okay, now we're live. And then I'll just post this in our dev server. There we go. Or our community server. There we are. So yeah, I'm thinking of making the default facings on the Prussians to be red instead of, but the player can of course override that, so you can still customize, but I'm thinking of making it red because almost all of the regiments were red. I think I want to do that. So we'll go in fact, I'll do a little bit of research first, actually. What I'm going to do is just select 10 regiments from each country and just check the color variety to see if they should be on rails or not for the default colors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we've selected red, red, pink, yellow, yellow, red, 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 red. So I think players should be able to override it to those colors, but the default for a Prussian Musketeer should probably be red, I'm thinking. If that's the standard infantry. Same with like the grenadiers and stuff. So Prussian infantry default is red. Does not include Freikorps or Fusiliers, I don't believe. Now, let's check the Fry. I think the Freikorps can kind of wear whatever color they want to because they're a little bit less organized, and there's not actually a lot of sources on them either. Like that one's blue, and that one's like green. That one has red. Yeah, they're a bit all over the place, so I think for the Freikorps and stuff, they're fine. We're going to go to Austria next and select 10 random regiments from the Imperial German. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We have got blue, or navy blue, I should say, red, purple, blue, black, red, blue, blue, purple. Okay, yeah, they can be any color. So Austrian, the German units, all colors. Now let's check for their Hungarians and see if they have kind of a pattern. 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll just do that. And we've got yellow, blue, yellow, gray, like a faded blue, brown and yellow, red. Yeah, they're all over the place too. Okay, so Austria is cool to be rainbow. Now we're going to go to Britain. Britain, I'm pretty sure could be anything. I'm pretty sure we could make them any color. Let's just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's see. Green, yellow, buff, green, green, buff, buff, red, white. Yeah, there are all kinds of colors. It's mainly the Prussians, honestly, that kind of stick to that white. Yeah, so Britain is cool. Britain can have any color. I'm fine with that. Let's go to France next. France, I'm pretty sure, is a little more restrictive. I'm pretty sure they're only red, white, or blue facings. Sometimes you get a little purple, but that shouldn't be a default color. Let's check the French line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got white, black, white, blue, blue, red, blue, 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 red, blue, sorry, red, red. So it's either red, white, or blue from what I'm seeing. Like a thing like black is quite rare. So red, white, or blue infantry. Now let's check their German infantry regiments and see if they have a kind of a specific color scheme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Red, yellow, 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 black, blue, red, red, yellow. I'd give them a mix. I think those are fine. I think they could have any of their national colors. Basically, what I'm deciding on right now is we have default colors a country can choose from. So I have like 10 different facing colors. It might be red, blue, white, black, orange, whatever. These are facing colors that are put into the pool of random generation. So when you generate a unit, it could have on this on the cyan blue collar, this could be red or blue or green or yellow or whatever. Because it has a little check mark up here, it means the player can edit it. And so what I'm just trying to figure out is what parts of the uniform the player should be able to edit, number one. And number two, what is the color variety that would be default when you first pick up a unit? Not what the player could edit. The player can do anything they want to, right? They can change any of the colors and customize them. But what should the AI be using is kind of what I'm like, whatever the default is. And so Germans are random. Let's check the Irish. Green, yellow, black, blue, black, and green. Yeah, completely random, so that's fine. Italian we don't have. Scottish we don't have. Swiss we do. Okay. Swiss has got blue, 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 and blue. So Swiss is only blue by default. Again, the player can override it, but when they encounter a Swiss unit, they're defaulted to blue facings. And this is very rudimentary research, but this game is not like a simulator. I'm fine with just doing some like basic eyeballing because the player's going to change these things anyway. So I'm not, I'm just kind of laying out the first iteration of all the uniforms, and that's fine to me. Now we have Austria next. Actually, we already did Austria. We have Russia. Russia's easy as hell. They're just always red, I'm pretty sure. I already did this research a while ago because it's pretty easy to figure out. So if we go to the Russian line infantry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Red or green, depending on if you've got your coat on, but red, 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 red. Easy. Observation. Let's check if the observation did anything unique. Red, 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 red. Yeah, not very unique. Okay, and that's kind of it for them. So the Russians are very, very simple with that. Cool. So what we're going to do is the Prussian cantonist by default, we're actually going to change this so that red is kind of their default facing. But the player can still override it. And so on their collar, whenever you see cantonist units, they're always going to have red on them. So I think we're happy with this. We're going to export. And the cantonist recruits are now done. Good. And now we're going to move on to the next unit. The next one's the Prussian Landmiliz. They have no uniform. So what I'm probably going to do is grab the cantonist recruits and edit off of them. And then I'm going to open up my reference. Let me just answer some questions if anybody has them while I drink some coffee here. Prussian field regiments had red facings and garrison regiments didn't have facings. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I am going to exaggerate and give some units facings that didn't have them just so the player has something to customize. So there will be moments we break historical accuracy so that the player has customization control. Can you play your 70s playlist? If I do, the stream gets taken down, so I don't think I can. Could you have the default colors, then faction colors you use for customizing uniforms? That's exactly what I'm doing, Steven. That's exactly right. Will the player be able to access this menu from the game? They will not. Maybe, again, if we've got the... This sounds super morbid, and not to, like, sound like a doomer or anything, but most video games, the vast majority of them, like 95% of indie games that you see on the Steam store, fail. They don't even break even, okay? So when you look at features, if you say, hey, we've got 6 months left to make the game, what do we need to include? We need to make sure the battles are engaging, the AI is good. We need to make sure the player stays attached to their units. There's enough content for them. There's map variety. The graphics look good for them too. The game's stable. It runs smoothly. It's optimized. It has localizations to appear in other languages. The UI scales properly. The list can go on and on. The animations are good and so on. When you do that and you've only got 6 months to work, right? You look at this might take like a month to try to like build into the game, integrate it, improve the UI, build into a Steam workshop, create a unit export system, have it dynamically go into unit rosters, like all of those little things, clean up all the little glitches with it. Then you think, if we do all that, does it significantly improve the game? Probably not. And does it take away from another part of the game, maybe like AI or how good the battles are? Probably. And so does that increase the chance of success of the game? Probably not, if we actually worsen the UI and that sort of thing. I did get some food, so I'm just going to grab my food, and I'll be right back. What other nations will we be adding? For right now, it's just going to be the British, the French, the Austrians, and the Russians. But each of those countries get a lot of units. I mean, check out how many units we have to design. There are a ton. There's 150 here, so I don't think anyone's going to be complaining about that. So I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Yeah, Jet, there are a ton of units in this game. There's a whole ton. Alright, I've returned. Cool. Can you change the hats? Will they be visually the same per unit? What do you mean by that, Steven? Do you want to clarify what you mean while I get my food out? Can you change hats, or will they be visually the same? Do you mean like the player? Can the player change the hats? The player will not be able to change the hats. It's a tough balance between, like, we're making a historical game, but we also want the player to be able to have some level of control. So it's a little bit hard to balance that. While I'm eating, I'm going to try to keep the microphone away from my mouth. Let me know if it's too loud. I can also play some music too, just so I'm not annoying. Let me see what I can play. We'll put on, we could put on fire maneuver music. There we go. That helps a little bit. Mechanic Chase, I like that song. You remember all my songs, Daedalus. You remember those songs. The thing is, I would get in copyright trouble for playing a lot of them. Especially if these streams are gonna stay up. Changing the tricorn, that would actually be a cool feature. We're not gonna have that, but that's cool. I would see if, like, we in the next game, or if we could continue working on this game and we had an improvement. I could see that being pretty cool. Daedalus, some classical music recommendation I have is I quite like there's a couple good songs here. This is a very good one. I like this one a lot. I don't know how to say the name. Leroy Samuse. I also like this one too. Alright, let's carry on. Let's get some actual stuff done. Will the Russian language be in the game? I'm pretty sure it will. We're gonna try to localize as many languages as we can. gonna save this as test infantry. And then Fry Infantry Fusiliers. I like this better as the Jaeger uniform. So I'm gonna save this as Fry Infantry Jaegers. Whoa, don't want to do that. I'm gonna open up Fry Jaegers. Save these guys as the Fry Infantry Fusiliers. Then open up the Test Infantry, and then save these guys as the Fry Infantry Jaegers. And now the Fry Infantry Fusiliers kind of look like this. And then you go to Fry Infantry Jaeger, and then you get the green and the full green outfit. I think that's cool. I like that. Red, green, red, red. Green, green. Maybe we could just do, for the Fry Infantry, red or green facings. That'd be kind of cool. So let's go to the Fry Infantry Fusiliers. And yeah, it seems like what we could do here, in fact, the Jaeger's a little lighter, so yeah, no crossbow could be cool. Prussian Jaeger, 7 years for. Yeah, there's not really a crossbow there, so I think that's fine. So what we'll do is, we can either go red or green. It's not gonna match though. I'm cool to keep the Jaegers a bit more wacky. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This is fine. Go to the Fusiliers next. Fusiliers should be fine here. They can have any color because they're crazy colors. So that's fine. Grenadiers. Grenadiers are cool. I wonder how I want to do the converged Grenadiers. What we're going to do is grab this uniform. That is for an elite unit. That's for the Guard Grenadiers. So we're going to grab this. And move them over to Test Infantry to save that uniform. Now what we're going to do is take a look at some Grenadier units and see how we want to distinguish converged Grenadiers. Now historically, converged Grenadiers were merged Grenadier companies. So they actually had multiple different hats they'd be wearing because they're from 2 different companies. But we can't really reflect that. These are regular Grenadiers. They have like no lining on their jacket for the standing Grenadiers. Yeah. Okay. Okay, interesting. So what we can probably do is go to the regular Grenadiers like this. Compared to let's see. Cool. They look really cool. So I think we have knocked out the main Prussian tree, and now we have to do the Freikorps next. So the Freikorps Grenadiers. That's the standard Prussian jacket. Now, what do the Freikorps look like? I did them like this. What's their difference between Freikorps recruits and land miliz? That's what I'm curious about. So let's take a look. Yes. Okay, so land miliz has like gray trousers. And Freikorps has blue. Interesting. Okay, I think that's fine. There's the Freikorps. Then we have the Freikorps musketeers who look really, really cool. You can edit the whole uniform, the trousers, the vest, the facings, everything's edited, which is really nice. So I like that. Then we want to make Freikorps Grenadiers. And so to do these guys, let's see here. First thing I'd probably do is give them silver buttons. Yeah. Silver collar. I need to go back and redo all the collars. I forgot about that. Just gonna do that for now. Then we're gonna go and give them the gold collar again. And gold. Actually, it looks more... It has like, it's more like this. Could argue it's kind of like this, like those there. So it's kind of like the Hungarian. Actually, it's very much like the Hungarian or Hussar uniform, like that. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And then that can be any color the player wants it to be. The lacing though should be gold. So that color. And the player can't edit that. They can edit the vest, however, and the collar. That's good. And then the hat is going to be changed toward one of these bearskins. I think it's like this one mainly, but it has a little flap on it. So I think I want to go that way. Like that. Or this. No. I like that. And then this thing hanging has to be red, I believe. Yeah. That part can be red. And the player doesn't edit it. And the other part I think is gold. The player doesn't edit that either. Honestly, it would look kind of nicer if the player did edit that part, though. And that part is just gold. I think that is nice. By the way, it looks more like this. There. And that part is gold. There. That looks like the Freikorps Grenadier. The reference I'm looking at is this guy here. Just trying to match that up. Like I said, I have to go back and fix all the collars, but yeah. He's only wearing shoes, but I just prefer the boots, so I'm probably just going to keep that. And then we're going to export this. This is a brand new unit in the game as well, called the Freikorps Grenadiers. There we go. And then we'll want Freikorps Jagers next. I think they're already done, though. Yeah. I'd probably make an adjustment here. honestly, I'd go for something a bit more conventional. I'd probably take the Freikorps Musketeers. Give them a dark green coat. Like that. Probably adjust the shirt. Just give them silver buttons like this. And probably keep the rest. Unless I want to go for like that kind of look for the... I could do that. Kind of blend a little bit. But I'm happy with that. I think that could look nice. Just trying to think if there's anything else I want to add to it. No, that's good for a Freikorps Jaeger. Good. And then Freikorps Artillery. What we probably want to do here is grab a regular reserve artillery soldier and then turn him into Freikorps. Maybe first thing we do is give him taller boots. Like that. Then give him some kind of cross belt. Like so. Then let's see what else. I think that's good, honestly. Yeah. There. Good. Freikorps Provincial Cavalry. We have yet to do them. Okay. So let's start with Prussian Provincial Cavalry. This is a new unit, that's why it's purely blue. Also, I haven't had the chat open just because I've been reading. So now I can open the chat again. My audio's not, you can't hear my audio? Yeah. I haven't been looking at the chat the whole time. I mean, I haven't been saying anything interesting. I will lower the music, though. That probably helps, doesn't it? Something like this. Does this... I think that works better. I mean, I have not been saying anything important, to be honest. So anybody who's been missing what I've been saying, I have just been eating and talking through me coloring uniforms. That's pretty much it. So nothing important missed. But I'm done eating, so now I can kind of focus on what I'm doing here. Turn up my mic. My microphone is at actually full volume, and on OBS it's at full volume, and on my mic sensitivity it's at full volume, and I'm touching the mic with my lips, so it's annoying that it's that quiet. Well, it's only at 64. You know, I could probably go up to 70. Just this microphone's incredibly sensitive. If you go up to 100, it's going to hurt your ears. So I could probably do 70 and just see how that works. All right, there we go. So what we're doing now is we've got Prussian Provincial Cavalry. We added a brand new unit called the Freikorps Provincial Cavalry. I'm going to be taking creative liberties, and I think that's fine. So sometimes I am just going to design a uniform that just looks a little unique because Freikorps Provincial Cavalry doesn't really mean anything. So I'm probably just going to give them like a unique looking tricorn, which the player can edit the color of. And then probably make it so the shirt can be recolored and the pants can be recolored too. That could be cool. But by default, I can make them white. Maybe by default, I can make them like a light yellow, just for some originality. Yeah. So what we could do is go with like a light tone. And let's check. Okay, so let's save this as Prussian Freikorps Provincial. Yeah, I said this before about the unit editor being public. I can talk more about this another time. I am just a bit busy because I want to focus on the units, but I will just say that this will not be in the game for players to use. And there's an explanation for it, but I just can't get into it right now. If the game did well, sure, but I was saying before earlier on the stream, 95% of indie games you guys see on Steam do not even break even. You'd be surprised. And if you really got to figure out, you got a few months left, and you have to figure out where you want to put your resources. If you put it into this, but then the AI sucks, right? The visuals are broken. There's missing sound effects because we tried to add this in. Imagine how upset people would be. So it's really just a matter of like where you can divert resources. Now, one positive thing I'll end on, again, I don't want to get too much into it, but one positive thing I'll end on is just by saying that if the game does well, there's no reason we couldn't go back and do that. There's no reason why we couldn't do it. It's been built so that a player eventually could use this, but it just is not set up in such a way to make it easy without having to actually divert some resources, and we just have to focus on like the core game first. That's pretty much just what it comes down to. And if people like the game, they're having fun, they're putting in hours in the game, and we've a good player base, and we've broken even on the project, and everything's kind of worked out, then we can just keep adding stuff and make it really cool and listen to stuff you guys want and make it even more customizable and just go any kind of direction we want to go. But anytime you start with like a brand new IP like this, you just have to be so careful. And I think it's a trap that a lot of people fall into who are in game development. I mean, it's kind of like I was talking to the devs about this before too, yesterday. It's like if you didn't know how to do architectural design or like engineering or something, and you went up to someone working on a car and you're like, well, why can't we have 6 doors? You're like, all right, well, we could do 6 doors, but let's finish this first and do the 4 doors, because this is structurally this will work better right now, and we can look into adding on more later. So it's kind of like that a little bit. It's just from when you're in it, you know what you're capable of within the confines of what's economical and what's reasonable to finish in time. But it becomes a lot harder when you're actually like in the thick of it and you've got limited time, limited budget. You've got to try to appeal to players and focus on important parts of the game. Okay, Freikorps Provincial Cavalry. I'm liking this design for them. I'm pretty sure I want to go with this. I'm going to see if this is going to be too extreme, but I'm going to go with this for now, because I'm allowing the player, I have something checked off to allow a player to do this. And I think this might be a bit extreme if a player can do that. Maybe not. Maybe that's okay. I think the whole theme with the Freikorps is that their uniforms are super malleable, so I don't mind the player being able to do that necessarily. In fact, I could be convinced to change the reserve artillery, which is somewhat fictitious as well, to kind of have the same theme. Honestly, I might do that. So I might go here and make it so the player can edit those two. What's kind of cool about this check mark means anytime you do a check mark, it means a player can edit this color when they edit the facing colors. What I'm doing is like you have this normal looking uniform, but the moment the player changes the facing color, all of the cyan colors, which are transparent, will update. And then any color I set, which is beige, that has a check mark, is also going to change. So you're going to change the facing and the vest and the trousers all in one, so you can really overhaul this unit color. Just because I feel like the Freikorps kind of have a bit more malleability. They're their own detached unit, and a lot of their uniforms are pretty colorful. So I'm kind of leaning on letting players mess around more with the Freikorps than the conventional Prussian troops. Now, if we go to the Prussian Hussar, there's not much difference we can do between a Prussian Hussar and a Freikorps Hussar, but I will think. Let me think. I'm thinking that the Freikorps here will have... Let's see. Yeah, I think they are actually called pom-poms. I thought that would be a joke name because that's kind of what you call it with like cheerleaders, but I think I was looking up a military uniform guide and they were referring to them as pom-poms, so yeah. D-Man, yeah, I think the customization really is going to be quite the selling point in a game like this. It's going to be exciting for anybody who does stick around and has the time to be here for another hour or two. We are going to be doing all the British and French uniforms today. I'm going to be marathoning it and staying up, and you are going to see 50 units made from the British and the French, and we may actually be able to not only export them, but actually preview them in the game if you stay around long enough for the first time. Maybe, if everything works perfectly. So we'll see. I think what I'll do is, because the uniform editor is so easy to use, dude, you can, like, change the uniform colors, export it, and go straight in the game, and it's there. You don't even have to hook anything else up. It's a very, very robust system. It's one of the easiest, like, editors I've used in any, like, even in our last project, it was so convoluted to make units. So this would be a great feature to eventually give to players, but I can't imagine us launching. We'd probably need more time and a bigger budget to, like, get this ready to be usable. Imagine a Steam workshop where people can make units, though. People could do whole overhaul mods. That's theoretically possible. We just need the budget and the time to do it. That's all. I'm just thinking how I want to make this uniform over here. So he's got yellow pants, which look... I need to grab this guy. Steven, you know what the funniest thing is? I just, in my free time, was just playing around with this, and I made an entire American Revolution themed army for Britain and America. I couldn't save any of it because we don't have those units in the game, but you could design, like, anything. It's really, honestly, like, you could probably represent just about any major 18th century power, European or American, with this uniform editor. It's really incredible. So the opportunity for us to do DLC, we'd be able to get it out cheap, which doesn't mean that's not, I don't say that in a bad way. I'm not saying, like, oh, we're just going to spam it out cheap and, you know, charge you guys a bunch. I'm saying because it's affordable, we can take bigger risks. Even if there's a DLC that seems a little niche that maybe we shouldn't be doing, we could probably pull it off because the budget it's so affordable to be able to do this. Okay, yeah, so the trousers actually do update. This is very interesting with the Hussar. That's really cool. So I didn't know I did this. I made it so... Is this true? Oh, no, that's Freikorps Hussar. Okay. Boots. The boots are tall riding boots like that. What does a regular Hussar look like? The regular Prussian Hussar has the shorter boots, which, okay, that's cool. And the rest of the uniform gets colored in. I wonder if, though... Well, no, I like the Freikorps with the larger boots. Like that. That's cool. What we could do is make it so that the trousers... are yellow, like this. Since your core loop is solid, you can build so much more around it. Yeah, I think, D-Man, I think you could really apply this to a lot of different wars. I think the system that we built is very, very modular. The 3D models look terrifying. Yeah, look at the little face. The funny... Here's the thing. When you guys played the original Mountain Blade, like, look at the... Obviously, this is no longer, like, 2005 or whatever, but the original warband looked like this, right? But when you were super far away in battle, and this was tiny, you didn't notice, right? When there was, like, thousands of guys in battle, you didn't really care about that. When you're zoomed in like this, obviously it looks uncanny. So when you're zoomed in like that, right, it looks uncanny. But you are going to be so zoomed out. The player, this is like the max zoom a player could be zoomed in. Look at that. So even a lot of the detail we're putting in is a little bit wasted because the game is supposed to be played on a larger scale. So it is kind of a funny zoom in here. D-Man, I am coordinating with YouTubers. Yeah, I am. We're just not close enough. I need to get the rest of the factions in and really polish. We probably need like a month or two. a month or two left before we are ready to preview it to YouTubers, I'd say. Okay, so hat. Interesting, interesting. Let's see what I did for the other. So the regular, hold on, did I already change the hat as well? The regular Prussian Hussar, I'm getting so distracted that I'm not paying attention. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So the regular Prussian Hussar has kind of the furry hat, and the Freikorps Hussar gets like the more, I guess, like Balkan, Croatian looking hat a little bit. So that's cool. We can give him white or yellow trousers, that's fine. Taller riding boots, I think that's fine too. Honestly, the rest of this seems fine. I don't think we need to change much else. I think this could just be a Freikorps Hussar. Just with a different hat, that's all. So anybody paying attention here, I've checked through and made sure we got all the units cleaned up here. The other thing we want to do is, Merritt, surprisingly, Brandon and I have not kept in contact since he moved to England a while ago. Not for any bad reasons. I just mean, I think he's been busy, and we used to talk just a little bit more, and I've just been busy too, and I think we're kind of doing our own things, but I'm excited to show him this. I did mention it to him a while ago, and he was like, well, I'm more into the American Revolution. I don't know so much about the 7 Years' War. So I don't know if he'll be too into this, but I do think when I get the British in and I show that off, I think maybe that'll excite him, showing how he can customize the facings. I think he would quite appreciate that. Maybe he was burnt by Fire Maneuver because that game was so buggy, but I think he will appreciate the fact that you can design regimental flags and facing colors. The next thing we need to do, Brandon did move to the UK, yeah. The next thing we need to do is fix all the collars on the units. So I need to go one by one and fix our collars. All we need to do is that. There. Done. Who gets these unique collars? I wonder. Let me ask my researcher or my artist. Hey, Nico. Who gets these collars that I DM'd you? Who actually receives the collars with the white stripes in them? Which units?
Who received these colors?
Yeah, because you told me to remove those collars and do...
Oh, I'm sorry, colors.
Collar, yeah.
Who received... yeah, these are the two variations that should exist. With the button and the buttonhole, white buttonhole, and
Yep.
without nothing.
Which units receive the white buttonhole? Like which regiments?
Oh, which units?
Yeah.
If you go to the Prussian tree,
Yep, I'm on there.
check the musketeer. Let me open it so I.
They all look like they have flat collars on mine.
Green. Let me see.
It's tough to tell.
I remember there were like the Lenoble Jager special unit was one.
Could you? I'm on a live stream, and so I'm just working on the uniforms now with the community. Do you think I'll just go back and work on the other uniforms? Do you think you could just get me a list and just do a little research on that and just give me a small list of any units that you think should have that type of collar? Or should I just feel it out? Should I just give it to like elite units and just kind of gamify it? What do you think?
Well, basically that button with white buttonhole goes with uniforms that also have that same style
like
in the chest.
Like this one.
So you can exactly.
Okay.
So you can use it, for example, for the Prussian veteran musketeers.
How about this one? Or should it only be for the white striped?
Only for the white.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll get right to it then.
Okay. There are a couple of special units, like the
Mhm.
Winterfeld Grenadier, Prince von Preußen Musketeer, that could use it.
Just to make
Maybe
them
it's not.
stand apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
The only one now that I can see that is using it is the Lenoble Jagers.
Let me check the
I
Lenoble.
can search in others
Okay.
trees. Are you now in stream?
I am, yeah. You're live,
Okay.
Nico.
I'm alive.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
interesting.
think they can hear you too well because my desktop audio is reduced. But yeah. All right, I'll jump back. Thank you for the help. And if you have any other updates, then let me know. Cool. All right, we're gonna fix these collars. Prussian land militia, musketeers, veteran musketeers can keep it. Fry infantry can change. Jagers, good. Prussian Fusiliers. I'm gonna have them not have it. Yeah. Fusiliers have some of my favorite uniforms. Honestly, I really like those guys. Grenadiers, converged grenadiers can keep it. Lifeguards can keep it. The lifeguards are so awesome. This is probably my favorite uniform in the game. It's so cool. I love the tricorn and like the gold, and they're so cool looking. I love these guys. Provincial cavalry should remove it. Hussars are fine. Dragona, they're fine too without it. They actually look cool without the collar. Do dragoons have collars? They do, so we'll keep it. Dragona. Cuirassé. Now the cuirassiers can just simply get a regular collar, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Reserve artillery. We'll go simple. Field artillery. Simple. The horse artillery uniforms look so cool too. Look at these. They have these tall fusilier caps. Just really, really cool. What are these called again? Mitras? Mitra? I forget the pronunciation of that. I know I should know that term by now, but I just always mispronounce it. The Freikorps. Like this. And I do tend to place some collars on everyone because I really want them to. That's like the core part of the uniform that you can edit, that you can see on the bust. So even if it's not always historical, I do quite like to add them in. This guy I think just does a regular collar. He could even get a grenade. Like that collar actually looks quite nice on him. But I'm pretty sure he does actually have a regular collar that looks like that. Yeah, just based on the reference I'm looking at, this is correct. Okay. Provincial cavalry. It's like this. Hussars are fine. Almost done. Reserve artillery. It's like this. All right, now we do the elite units, and then we're done with Prussia. We're going to go one by one with each country and just update the uniforms, refine them, correct any mistakes, and then we're going to do Britain and France last from scratch. There's been no work on them. Just like this, all the British and French look like this currently. So Itzenplitz, they're a new unit. I added a ton of new units for Prussia just because I really wanted them to be exciting to play. So I think we're doing the Winterfeld first, right? Let's check. We're doing the Itzenplitz first. So Itzenplitz looks like that. That's an interest. They've got like a cream colored facing color. So what we're gonna do, it looks like everything else, every other part of the uniform is the same, but we're gonna add this unique color that you cannot get otherwise. That looks somewhat like that. And then for the shirt, that's normal. The facings are nothing is editable on this uniform because he's an elite unit. And then he has... There we go. Now, interestingly, the stock is red, like so. But the collar is buff, like that. So check it out. Look at the uniform I made there. So this is one of the elite units. Like this. So I think I did a pretty good job matching that up. That part can stay. I think he's got little yellow pom-poms, so we can actually represent that too. I really love with the elite units, you can really make them as accurate as possible. So check this out. We can grab... I suppose what I can do is grab this one. That one has a leaf, though, in it. Probably grab this. And then we can go to the hat and go for yellow on those. There. So he's kind of got the yellow pom-poms. Everything else is buff. Good. And then you can even actually see the yellow pom-poms on the hat, which is so cool. And then no part of this uniform should be edited because it's an elite unit, and then I think we're good to go. So these are going to be your elite Itzenplitz musketeers. I think guys who do reenacting or are part of any of those groups are really going to like the level of depth that you can go into with a system like this, or like the units we're representing. Okay. Then we get the Prince von Preußen musketeers, which are probably my favorite. They're probably my favorite unit in the entire Prussian army. I just love that they wear pink, bright pink facings. It's just so funny looking to me. We're going to choose the veteran musketeers as a template. And the Prince von Preußen have got white, non-editable facings. They've got white trousers, tall black boots. They've got pink facings, so that color there, rose colored. In fact, if we want them to look even more special, we can use the exact color picker on Kronoskopf and just give them that slightly more neon pink just to really make them unique. Because otherwise, any player could make a Prince von Preußen, but if I use that exact color picker, then it makes it very, very unique. Then on the collar, we're going to re-add that same color. There we go. Beautiful. Vest color is going to be white, so we're going to go with that. Let's change that. Yeah. White vest. White trousers. Good. Pom-pom. I actually am painting these guys. And what I did when I was painting them is I did on the bottom of the pom-pom. Check this out. I'm actually painting up the regiment. Let me go find them. I think I put them in my local wargaming store. Let me find where I placed them. Here they are. Check it out. So look, I even did the green on the top, followed by the pink. These are only 10 millimeter. That's why they look so rough around the edges, because they're so tiny. This is smaller than, or no, these are 15 millimeter. This is basically the size of your fingernail. That's how tiny they are. So these are quite small. But yeah, it's pink and then green on top. So we're gonna go to the hat and go pink and then green on the top. Check that out. So now we're actually representing exactly how the Prince von Preußen looks. I love that we can edit that. And again, I want to use a color picker and just really get as close match as possible. So we're really representing this unit. Check that out. There you go. Look how green that is. So these guys are just really striking now. I'm so excited to play with all these units and like form these historical armies. I think that sounds so fun. Let's see here. Open lapel. This looks right to me. Yeah. Okay. We have finished now the Prince von Preußen. Export. Done. And let me just check them off. Who's next? We then do the Lenoble Jagers, which I think I already have. Oh, I deleted them? Oh, god damn it. Ah, I had them made before. That sucks. Damn. It's because I redid a lot of the elite units, so some of them just got deleted. That really sucks. I mean, it's not a huge deal. What I'm probably going to do is actually just grab the Freikorps Jagers to base them off of. And it looks like what they've got going on is they've got a really dark green jacket. And I really like this color. But it's a little too dark. I'm going to try to blow this up and see if we can grab. Yeah, the elite units are really fun to do. It's a little too dark, I think, but it's like this green, this dark green color. I want to put a little more green in that, brighten it up just a little bit, and maybe go with that. And let's see how that looks. I think that's a better way. I think it could honestly be a little darker, though. It's not bad, but that could be a little darker. So go like that. Let's grab this color. That's more like it. That's right. Okay. So he's going to have this, and then his collar is going to be that same color too, that kind of dark green. We're going to get rid of the editable parts of the uniform. We're going to change out the hat. And we're going to go for this unique hat we made for him, which is this one. The hat is going to have white text on top, like that. Perfect. And then he's got this really cool green, like pea green color on his jacket like this, which could honestly be even brighter than that, to be honest here. So let's just brighten that up a little bit, because the reference I'm using, honestly, hold on, I have two references. Let me use the better reference. That reference, I think, does it more justice. Let's grab that. There we go. That's what we want. Perfect, perfect. And so we're going to go into the collar, add that same color. And they actually use this with silver buttons. So that's pretty cool, which means for the collar, we can use this. Great. And the vest is also the same color. So we're going to add that color in. Perfect, perfect. The shoulder strap is actually kind of like goldish or like buff. So let's go now to the strap. Add this color in. Like, check that out. That's pretty cool. And then he actually has gloves on, but I don't think we can actually do that, unfortunately. Also, interestingly, his trousers are the pea color. So this color here, which I just need to grab the hex code too, because I lost it. I'm going to grab this. And so we're going to go into the trousers, add this one in, check that out. Look at that uniform, pretty damn cool. And check out my reference. Pretty cool. I think that's a good match. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I'm trying to think if I missed anything on that uniform. Nah, it seems right. I'm going to double check the collar. Yeah, collar's right. Cool. I'm quite happy with that. I think I actually made a better version than my old version of the Lenoble Jagers. And you can't edit any of these, which is good. So we're going to export this now as the Lenoble Jagers. Also, I forgot the chat has been closed this entire time, so I'm sorry if I've been not reading. Green within rose within white pom-poms. Yeah, you can't do, you cannot give them a triple colored pom-pom. It's too small. But yeah, I went with rose and green. I did give them the exact pink as well. And I think that's so cool. Prince von Preußen's a memeable unit. I love him so much. I'm painting up the whole Prince von Preußen. The uniform lace of the 33rd foot. I think we're going to be able to do that, Merritt, when we get to the British. We could do British after this if you guys want to. Just something a little more refreshing. Will you only create Prussian units? Yeah, let's go. I am creating everything. Yeah, that's true. Let's do British afterwards. If you guys want to. Because I think that would be unique if you're excited for that. We could do British and then jump back and do Austria and Russia and then end with the French. But yeah, that is the Lenoble. Let's see if we have the Awidia. How do you say this in German? Auf Deutsch? Es ist Aweide? Aweide? Let's see.
Aweide.
Aweide. Aweide Feldjäger. Wir sind der Aweide Feldjäger. There's some nice cringe German for you guys. Thought you'd like that. Let's keep moving. Might want to do France and Britain before fatigue sets in. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Like, knock those out. And then when the fatigue sets in, then just update the other factions. Because saving an intimidating one for last would be rough. All right, yeah, let's knock out the Prussians then. Let's finish them up. And then we can go British and French if they're exciting, because they're brand new. And you guys have not seen them at all yet. God damn it, there's no Aweide Feldjägers. I thought I made their uniforms. I ended up updating just a ton of the Prussian elite units. They had a lot of cavalry before, and you know, when I play Prussia, I want to play infantry, so I changed a lot of them to the infantry units just because I feel like that's more their specialty. But yeah, let's do the Avida units here. We're going to use the Lenoble jackets as a base, but it looks like they've got gold buttons with no lapel, so something like that. They've got the standard collar. They've got a gold tricorn with pom-poms as well. So we're going to go with this, and then we're going to get rid of the old hat. Good. They got a black stock. They have red. Okay, that part is red. The vest color is like this dark green. I quite like this color. There we go. The shirt is going to be that color as well. Nice. The underneath the collar needs to be that color too. Good. The collar itself will be the red color, which is this really nice like crimson red, which is also a unique color. I'm really making sure I'm like color picking to just give them that extra special look to them so that they really feel like it's cool when you unlock them. Gold buttons is correct. They want a gold brim on their hat, so we're going to give them this there. Perfect. They've got white white pom-poms on the hat with a light green kind of dot up top. And that light green is the same color as the jacket, I'm pretty sure. So, grab this. I lost my hex color. There we go. There we go. That's really cool. They look awesome. And then the trousers are going to be like that light yellow color. So we can go in and give them... honestly, let me save these guys. They are... Actually, I don't need to save them. I just need to go grab that color. Are they like a deep yellow or light yellow? It looks more light yellow than it is deep yellow. But then again, you know what? I'm going to give them the deeper yellow. Why'd you just get an ad? I know. I have no clue what it is, guys. I turn off ads every single time. I turn off monetization. I turn off ads. I turn off everything. And YouTube keeps forcing them in. They're getting like super aggressive with the ads. And I don't know why they want to keep doing that. There is no A character on your keyboard. I'm only asking because the way you spell Jaeger. Yeah, Gerkit, I don't want... Our font just doesn't support like umlauts and stuff. It's hard to find a good font that has like a bunch of special characters. So I use the alternative spellings for all the umlauted characters. So OE is AE is E, UE is U, and so on. So I spell it Jaeger with the E inside. I know a lot of like anglicized spellings just call it jagers, which I just don't like that. Like I want to represent the AE. That's how I was taught in German class, so I think that's how I want to do it. All right, these Lenoble Jaegers look really badass. I like them a lot. I think they're done. Yeah, I think I'm done with the... Oh, no, these are not Lenoble. They're Avida. I almost exported over my other units and lost them. That would have sucked. There we go. Okay. We are going to move on. I'm excited to do the British, honestly. I'm really looking forward to that. Do you guys want to see British first or French first? Because we can do either of those next. All right, what's after Lenoble? Lenoble is the Feldjäger. We did them. And then it's Heinrich von Preußen Fusiliers. These guys are so cool because they have the most goofy looking... Check this out. So this looks funny, right? This like cyan color. The reason it's cyan is because it's transparent. Anything defined as cyan is transparent, and transparent is filled with a random color from a predefined list per faction. So I define a set of 10 colors each faction is allowed to have as their standard facing colors, and anything left cyan picks a random facing color. And that means the player can also override that. So if you find Fusiliers to purchase, they could be blue or green or whatever the Prussians may have been using. But you might think this color also looks cyan too. But this is their real color when I'm about to change it to. Is this like very bright yellow. It's like just as bright, but just honestly, I might as well just use that. They have yellow facings and a yellow vest. Technically, I don't even think they have facings, which I may remove. Yeah, I'm honestly going to remove their facings because they don't have them. Instead, they do silver buttons. More like that. But the rest of the whole uniform is just pure yellow. Like this. And the player should not be able to edit the uniform, which is good. Standard collar. Collar's yellow. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And the hat, of course, is also yellow. Like that. There we go. That is the Heinrich von Preußen Fusiliers. I think they're cool. I wonder if there's anything else on this uniform that I'm missing, but I don't think so. I think this guy's good. Yeah. Okay. We're going to save these guys as the... Good. And what's next? Winterfell Grenadiers. So Winterfell Grenadiers are honestly just like standard. I'm going to grab the Converge Grenadiers, turn all these off, and just edit them directly. This guy has got a blue... They've got a blue back to their... back of their hat like that. The whole part of their hat in the front is all silver. Like this. There. Their uniform is just kind of like your standard red color like that. There we go. And then their collar is like that too. Good. They use white vest and white trousers. Good. I like the blue and red. That's actually kind of cool there. And is this the right hat? It is the right hat. These guys are pretty simple. I think that's it. Yeah, these guys look pretty badass too, honestly. Okay. So these are your Winterfell Grenadiers. Good. And now we're moving on to... Who's next? We've got Grenadier Guards next, which I saved their uniforms, so check this out. If I open Test Infantry, there you go. There's the Grenadier Guards. I already had the uniform saved from somewhere else. And these guys are just epic. They just look so cool. The only thing that we have to change is we got to get this bright red color, super bright red on their shirt and everything else. Their hat and their collar. There we go. They look so cool. They're like this. You see that? So these guys look awesome. And I think that's everything on them. I think there's actually white on the bottom of their hat, though. Like that. There we go. So this seems right. All right, see you, Steven. I think that is our Grenadier Guards. There we go. Good. Winterfell, Heinrich. Good. So we only got 3 left. We've got the Death's Head Hussars, which I'm pretty sure I already finished. Unless they got deleted again. Which I'm going to kill myself if they did. Oh my god. Sorry. That sucks. Bayreuth, they're gone too, of course. And my Carabineers. Are all of my elite units just gone? Yep. Every single elite unit is gone. That's fantastic. All of the elite units are gone. Yes. Yes, they're all gone. I get to redo every single elite unit. Ah. That's insane. Yeah, they're all gone. That's very weird. I made all these a while ago. Oh well. We have more work than I thought that we'd have to do. DevStream 8 ending it all. That's right, man. All right, we'll figure it out. We have the Death's Head here. The police. That is white. The police here, I think, is black. Yep. And then the fluff is also black. I'll go with this black for that, and then maybe a lighter black for the jacket, just so it stands out. Honestly, it looks better like this, and then that could be the divider. I like that. This guy wasn't too hard to make. And let's check out the trousers, because he is just based on a hussar. Yeah, I mean, these guys are probably the coolest unit in the game. The Totenkopf hussars. And I think I want to go even darker black on the hat, like that. There we go. And the trouser color, I almost like this. Like the yellow. Or do we like white? Because I've seen two references and they wear either. I think all black and white is probably cooler. They got the tall boots, which is correct. I think these guys are good to go. Yep. Good. Death's Head is in. We're going to open the Prussian Dragoons. Dragona! I keep saying that because that was a fire maneuver line. I just have that baked in my mind when you click the Dragoons. Dragona! These guys are going to have a shirt of a... I'm going to grab this color. Here. Good. Okay. It's so weird when you listen to classical music, and I hear modern composers through the classical music all the time. I hear like Star Wars music, as in I hear the influences. Like I'll hear little sections of a 15-minute classical song, and I'll hear like a section that's 5 seconds, and I'm like, oh, they just pretty much lifted that. Like John Williams lifted that and put that into a Star Wars song. It's just cool hearing some of their influences, but also just weird. Okay, this guy looks fine there. The jacket color looks fine. He's got yellow pom-poms. What am I editing right now, though? What color do I have? Okay, I have the beige. Yep. We want the red. And on this section... There we go. And he's got silver buttons, I believe. Yep. So we're going to switch them out to silver. Like so. And we're going to go yellow on the hat. By the way, anybody who likes Sweden, you might be able to play as the French, get some of the blue jackets they put on their German troops, change the face and colors out to yellow, use the custom flag editor and make a Swedish flag, and then rename the unit to Swedish Musketeers, and you may actually be able to make a Swedish-themed army under France. Anything is truly possible. It really is. I know people are asking for a lot of countries. You can honestly make a lot of different nation themes using the existing countries that I like. I'm building so many units with so many uniform schemes that you can really just like make anything you want. These guys look like the Bayreuth Dragona, Bayreuth Dragoons. So I'm gonna save them. I think I'm done with these guys. These guys are pretty easy. I feel like I'm making much faster progress now. There we go. Done. And who do we have next? The Life Carabiniers. So Life Carabiniers just look like basically cuirassiers with black breastplates. So I'm going to open up our cuirassiers. White pom-poms on the hats, like so. Get rid of the editable parts of the uniform. That looks correct. The shirt color is going to be this nice like light blue color. Collar as well, like so. Good. The shirt will not be yellow. It'll be like a cream color. Yep, that's correct. Just so you guys know, this is my reference. Don't think I'm really missing anything here. I think that's about right. That was very easy to make. So I think he's done. And so this will mean we have the Carabiniers in. Gotta head off for a bit. I'll be right back. Sounds good. I'll be here for a while. So you guys, if you guys want to jump in, jump out throughout today, that's no problem. Life Carabiniers. Good. Okay, guys, I think we're ready for Britain. I think we are ready. Yep, the Life Carabiniers is the last one. So that does it for the Prussians. They are fully overhauled, fully corrected, all new units added. It is time. It is now time for the British. So, I have a whole PSD for this, which is here, including all of their regimental flags, which is cool too. Now, there is a limitation, unfortunately, in the unit editor that we cannot do regimental flags. So, the regimental flag will be completely random. This might mean you get a Scottish soldier who uses like a Hanoverian flag, you might get a Hessian soldier who uses an English flag, and so on. However, we are thinking we should have time in development to fix this. Where in January, maybe I'll go through every single unit in the game and set custom flag parameters on every single unit and custom define all of the elite regimental flags so that they match their historical reference. I don't know if I'll have time to do it. I'm really going to try, but you can see how challenging that would be from a technical level and from a just time commitment. And ultimately, players can override flags, right? So if a unit gets a flag you don't like, let's say it's an Irish flag, but it's a German unit, you can easily change that. So for now, I'm going to hide these flags because we can't change that. But these are all my references for England. And we are going to start with the British. This is honestly the faction I've been looking forward to almost the most because as a kid, when I was growing up, I was so obsessed with the British Empire and their uniforms and everything that, you know, anytime I play Empire Total War, any of those games, I always played England. And so I'm looking forward to making a really cool roster for them, or really cool uniforms, I mean. All right, let's check it out. So they should be near the bottom. Here we are. British recruits. There we go. Let's start fresh. So we've got this kind of like nice reddish color to use. Which is like this one here at the bottom. I like that. The shirt for the British is going to be one of these at the bottom, I think. Highlander, open lapel. I think for the basic recruit, we're going to make them look really simple. Recruits aren't real units. This is more gamified. So it is more, this is more for creativity. You can kind of just like design like a basic outfitted unit. The vest color is like blue, it almost looks like, unless I'm wrong on that. Let me see. I want to find some other references as well. I'm going to get rid of my things here, and we're going to look up British Infantry 7 Years' War, and I'm just going to load up my paint with lots of references. So that, because I can't see his vest, so I want to make sure I get that right. So we're just going to put in a couple more references. Gosh, some of these uniforms look really, really cool. I'm hoping we get to add some of these in. Okay. All right, perfect. So we probably want to go with a red vest for this guy. That's his facing colors, so we can leave that blank. That's the vest, which we can make red. This part of the shirt is his stock, And the stock should be black, which is correct. The head, the face can be any face variation. The collar is going to, now this will be interesting. I don't know if the British really get a collar, but we may have to add a collar. I know it's inaccurate, but we may need to add a collar in order, because otherwise, if you look at the bust, how do you see what facing color you're changing? So if the player is going to be able to see what facing color they're changing, they may need that. Maybe just on the recruit, but I'm not quite sure how I want to do it yet. Let me think about it. Usually you can see the lapel. That's where the facings are. But the recruit doesn't have a lapel, unless we give him one, which is also possible. Let me think. How do we want to do the recruit? What do you guys think? Do we give him a collar or do we give him a lapel? Just have them change the vest color? I'm not so sure about changing the vest color, because you can make it blue or purple then. So that would be a little bit... This is just the recruit, right? This isn't like the standard infantry. These are guys like, hey, we've given them half their uniform. They're still in training. Like, you can field them if you want to, but these are like your bare bones troops. That's kind of the idea behind them. I could just give them a lapel. Like that. And then no collar. And then you can just change this part of the facings. And they have no strap. Maybe they're just missing a crossbelt. And what we can do is make their tricorn look really basic. So we'll give them a tricorn, right? Or a cocked hat, whatever you want to call it. But we'll give it, we'll just make it pure black. It won't have like that nice white lining that most of the British troops have. And I think that's a good way to distinguish it as a recruit. We could also give them a slightly faded uniform. I think they need to earn their color through combat. Are there any examples, though, of British recruits wearing, like, white? I did actually find for Prussia, they had some troops wearing white. Some of their, like, garrison troops. That's why I gave them their cantonists, I gave them a white uniform. Like so. See how it's white? And then you can earn the blue jacket. So, yeah. 41st Foot had no lapel. And the 80th Foot had no red coat. Interesting. What do you guys think for the recruit? Do we change anything else about him, or just make him not have a crossbelt and just a black tricorn? That might be a little basic for the recruit. As in, that may look too similar to a regular foot infantry, but maybe not. Maybe it won't. I think we'll actually be okay, because I think the lapel on the regular British are going to look a lot more complicated, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, look, that will be the lapel on the regular British. This will be a lapel on a recruit. So yeah, they're going to have a more basic looking lapel. I think they're going to be fine like this. I think a fatigue uniform was later development. Yeah, I've seen in the Napoleonic Wars, they actually wore a white jacket while training. But in this case, I think we're actually fine like this. The boots, to me, seems like long, like tall white gaiters. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking like that for the British. I'm thinking that is the trouser color matching the facings? What color trousers would they wear? Or do we just go white? Maybe white or yellow random? I see red trousers, white trousers, and yellow trousers. I could make it random between those. Or you could make it so only the recruits wear, let's say, white and the others wear red, or you could have any kind of rule that you want to. I reenact Coldstream and wear the white jacket more than any other type of uniform. Yeah, that's interesting. So if I was doing Napoleonic, I could probably pull that off. But yeah, you guys can see here, these guys actually have blue trousers. They have blue trousers. These guys have red. These guys have yellow, and so on. And then some guys have white, I believe, too. So I'm not sure what kind of rule we want to create. We can create any kind of rule we want to, because I think a lot of it would be accurate. We just have to stay consistent and kind of just like choose what scheme we want to do for each type of unit. Here's some more 7 Years' War British infantry that have red trousers. Let's see. I'm seeing red trousers as like the standard. And in Barry Lyndon, that's what they do too. Not that this should be the main example, but check that out. They use red. So what we could do is we could give them white trousers as recruits, and then they get the red trousers as actual infantry. So it almost looks like they're wearing like somewhat civilian clothes or something like that. We'll see, though. I could even go with like a light color like that. We'll see. We'll build the uniform out and then check it at the end. Let's not stall. I think we're taking a little too long. I'll just get a design out, and then we'll critique the design when I'm done. So there's the black hat. I think that looks good. Let me export this as a British recruit, and then let me go check my other hats. Do I do... What color black? Oh, I use a different color black. Gotcha. I use like more of the leather black. So let me go fix that. Let's go to the British recruit. Yep. And let's go change it to this black. There we go. And we'll go black on black for the tricorn. Maybe brown gators too. Yeah, I've heard brown gators suggested, but I actually don't have any, unfortunately. So we're going to have to just stick with white gators for now. I know that brown is common, but I think we're just going to stick with white just because I don't have any, unfortunately. And Zach, you're suggesting maybe we could do a brown tricorn for the recruits. I'm not opposed to that. But I actually think we're just going to go black on black, and then when he becomes a regular, then you get a white stripe across it. I actually think that should be good enough. And the lapels are going to get a massive upgrade when you turn into regular. You're going to see. Let me finish up my mock-up. Okay, let's get the skin color figured out too. So I have these 3 skin colors. I think that's good. Hair can be... is there any way to go like free aspect? No. 4K. What if I... No. There we go. I'm setting all the hair colors. Skin color. No strap. Boots. No boot color. Collar. No collar color. You can change those. Can't change the hat color. Can change this. This, I think, is my recruit right now. Yeah, go black. I don't want it to look completely civilian drawn. Yeah, I agree. Since the British were more professional, I agree. Yep. The only question now is on the trouser color, which we could go red, like so. Or we could give them white trousers, like that. But that looks a bit weird. I don't really like the white on the white gators. I don't think that looks right. You could also try to give them blue, but that doesn't look right either. I think we... Instinct Commander, I'm friends with Brandon F. I've spoken to him about the 7 Years' War, and he doesn't really know... Well, he knows about the 7 Years' War, but he's not an expert in that. He knows a lot more about the American Revolution. White trousers, black gators? I could go with that. Let's see how that looks. We could go with this on the recruit, and then change that out for the regulars. Let's go with this for now. And by the way, let me show you an example of the cyan is what the player can edit. So let me just show you an example of what a player would be able to edit. Let's say they wanted blue. It would look like that. That's what it would look like when they color them. It was just an idea. I know, I answered your idea. I said I'm actually friends with him. And I've spoken to him actually about this game. And we've spoken about the 7 Years' War. So your suggestion was acknowledged. I'm not sure what else you want me to do. You want me to open up Discord and write him an email or type to him right now? All right, I think this will be fine for the British recruit for the time being. Let's export this guy. Actually, let me see if there's any other variations. Look, we're actually missing hair. Let's give him messy hair or this. He's either of those. And then he needs... where the hell are his eyebrows? Yeah, he's missing eyebrows. What the hell? Where do you add those? Facial hair. Ah, they do not have mustaches, so this is the only acceptable hair. I think that's good. Perfect. Okay, now we get to the regular British foot. So this will be interesting. So now we're going to regular British foot. And here, now the hat is going to get the white thing on it. The shirt is going to be way more advanced looking. Check this. Check out the upgrade here. Ready? Bang. Looks way cooler. Go with the red vest. And by the way, ignore the model on the left. The model on the left is placeholder. So we're mainly going to be looking at the bust. We're kind of going in blind because these are new pieces of uniforms since the British and the French are not in yet. The models have not been updated. So I'm going to export everything and be ready, and then the developers go in and just update the models, and it'll be fixed. So just ignore that part for now. Okay, and then they're going to get a belt, a cross belt, like that. And I assume this crossbelt is actually like a tan color, isn't it? Yeah, the Hussar infantry, right? Yeah. Do we want like a tan color or like a yellowish? Let's see. Straps. Leatherwork was a natural leather. Yeah, I'm thinking like this color actually looks quite good. Like almost, that's almost like a skin tone color, but anything from tan to brown. Well, we're going to be able to do a veteran musketeer after this. So why don't we do something that looks a little more dull for this guy, and then when we do the veteran musketeer, we can give him like a light yellow color. I think that would be cool. And so for the trousers, we're going to give him the red trousers. And then for the boots, we're going to give him the white gaiters. Good. Okay, I think that's good. And then the player can edit the shirt and the collar. Perfect. Good. Oh, and then our hair is no longer going to look disheveled. We remove that as an option because they're no longer a recruit. And we're going to export him out as a British foot. Are you going to add details like knapsacks and haversacks? I don't think so. And in fact, I mean, you can see a cartridge box here kind of blended into the texture. From far away, it looks like that, so it looks a bit more normal. But a lot of times, especially things like haversacks were thrown off before battle. You don't really wear knapsacks into battle. Maybe a haversack you could, but I also don't see a reason why you'd bring your food with you during combat. And a lot of times you'd leave all that equipment in your tent, so this way you'd be more agile on the battlefield, and otherwise you'd be weighed down. You'll notice in the Napoleonic Wars, troops more often would wear knapsacks, but especially in the 7 Years' War and earlier, early to mid 18th century combat, they're not wearing a lot of heavy equipment. So you'll notice, especially on these like historical drawings, look how naked the backs look. There's like no big equipment. There's no huge, you don't see a haversack or a knapsack slung. So it's a much more minimalist kind of look as they go into battle. You have your cartridge box and that's all you really want to bring with you into combat. Canteen you would have a canteen. But at the end of the day, guys, the other thing to remember is this is the perspective you're looking at. And you're going to see like 2,000 of these troops. So it's going to be very, very tiny. But yeah. D-Man, what you can edit is the cyan. So see those facings there? That would be editable by the player. So a player could go in and do, if they play the game, they could change it to like that and make a green regiment or yellow or buff or white. These are all the British facing colors here. So they can go black, white, light blue, dark blue, green, dark green, red, yellow, orange, or buff. Those are all the facing colors we're giving the British to play with. They actually look really cool. I'm excited to customize the British and like recreate my regiments. I know the most about the British regiments. Dude, even my Roblox days when I was like 12, I would make all the uniforms and everything for all the different regiments, and I love doing that. No purple? Yeah, I know. I really wanted purple. I know, dude. Mara, I could try to add a purple in, but I'd have to remove another color, you know what I mean? Like, what's more common, green for the British or purple? They had one purple regiment. I do think we will add a hex color system, though, where later on you can just pick any color you want to if you want to open up. So you'll have like your 10 historical colors, and if you want to opt out of being historically accurate, then you could put in a dynamic hex code. So if you... I think they had 2 orange regiments, Merit. I remember going to Kronoskov and opened 100 tabs on Google Chrome, and then went through each uniform and counted on Notepad every single color they used, and then took all the colors and then mixed them all on Paint and grabbed all the hexes I wanted to use. Perhaps remove the lighter green? I could, but again, the purple is so rare. I know we'd want purple. It is cool, but it's so damn rare. Do they use it in their flags? If they use it in flags, then I would be more convinced, but... I do not see purple flags. I see navy blue, but no purple. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. There will be no purple. I know the purple would look good. I know the purple would look great. But it's just not... I don't think for now. For now, let's not bother. We can revisit that. Okay, so did I ever play? I was gone by Blood and Iron. I know Gory made Blood and Iron, and Gory was just starting out on Roblox when I had already like was on the way to leave. So he was kind of the next generation after me. I was with the first wave of people, the first wave of kids who were originally exploring historical games on Roblox when it was first out. This is when like he didn't make Blood and Iron, really? Cordy? Coder Cordy, wasn't it? Yeah. Coder Cordy did naval stuff too. Yeah, I'm mixing them up. Either way, those guys were a bit after me. I was part of the first generation when Minecraft was first coming out and Roblox that was originally out, and the servers were like 10 people servers. I was so young, and we were just like making basic little muskets and all the, like tinkering with all that and trying to make cannons and everything. And then by the time we left, you had another generation of kids who came and made all the crazy scripting that they do now with hundreds of players and everything. Yeah, D-Man, Roblox was like so fun as a little kid when you were you could do basically like basic historical reenacting through Roblox. It was kind of insane what you're capable of doing on that game, because you could just make anything you want to. You could they had like a basic scripting system too, and I think they still do that. Okay, what am I? I'm doing the veteran musketeers now. So for veteran musketeers, what I'm thinking is we could we save this as the British foot, right? What we're gonna do for the veteran musketeer is take the strap and make it more like that. I think that's cool for the strap, kind of like a goldish color. And then I think the trousers we can do kind of gold as well. Unless they did that more for their German troops, which I think might be the case. I think the Germans did more of the gold trousers. And I don't want to make it historically inaccurate. So let's keep the red pants. Good. The hat, we're going to improve the tricorn and give it like a little flower or something on it, just to make it look nicer. Or a bow, I mean. So we will give it like that, a little bow. I don't think the British really had pom-poms. Did they have any? Let me see. Not really. So we'll make them black. What regiment did I belong to? We didn't do like regiments or anything. Honestly, when I'm talking about Roblox, guys, I mean like 10 years ago or more. So they're that whole system, everything you guys know about the regiments and the Napoleonic War system, all of that is not what I participated in. Like, we did all of our own groups. I had my own like little British Empire group. We did all of our own stuff. You didn't really do regiments back then. The popularity of doing reenacting specific regiments on Roblox was popular because of the game Mount & Blade Napoleonic Wars. Everybody was trying to copy Mount & Blade Napoleonic Wars. We imported all the sounds from that game too. We'd go through the files and import all the sounds, and they're still using them to this day. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go black there and a black. There. That looks a little more special. What else could we do to the veteran foot to make him... We could go gold like this. That could be kind of cool. On the veteran. Is this too inaccurate, though? Merritt, do you think this is a little too inaccurate to go for the veteran foot, to give them like the gold lacing and a gold crossbelt? I think the gold crossbelt's fine. I've seen all types of crossbelts. Some are more yellow, some are more brown. So I think the crossbelt is fine, but maybe the lacing is a bit inaccurate. I'm not quite sure. North America. I would like to add North America when/if we have time. So, yeah. The gold should only be for the foot guards. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right that it should probably only exist for foot guards. The Preobrazhensky, they are in the game, yeah. They are in the game. The foot guards had white lace. Okay. I think blue would be more appropriate, he says. All right. Well, I don't know if... Let's see here. Where am I defining this color? I can't even find it anymore. It says red. Red. Oh, no, not straps. Where the hell is this color defined? Oh, it's a shirt. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I'm thinking, how do we make the British veteran musketeer look better? Maybe I could give them the dark blue trousers, because I do see some of them with that dark blue trouser style. I think I'll do that. Because look, these guys have dark blue trousers. These guys have dark blue trousers. These guys have dark blue trousers. These guys have dark blue. Seems like all of them. Is that wrong? That's what they have on Chronoscoff. It would clash with the facings. Yeah, I could see that. I suppose I just keep it red. It just means that the British veteran musketeers are going to look almost identical to the regular musketeers, which is a shame. Unless what we did, no. You're pointing at dark blue trousers for all the regiment with dark blue facings. Yeah, I know. I could go white trousers. Different gaiter colors. Yeah. That's tough. Let me get some inspiration from Chronoscoff. Maybe make the regulars less fancy. That's what I'm thinking too, D-Man. I'm thinking maybe I save the special lacing for the veterans, but the special lacing is very iconic for all the British infantry, so I kind of want them to all have that. Let me just open some random units up. There. Let's see. These guys have red on yellow. These guys have blue on blue. Anybody with blue facings end up getting blue trousers, which I find quite interesting. And anybody with any other kind of facings have red trousers. So if you've got red, it's put on red. If you've got yellow, it's put on red. But if you've got blue, the blue is put on blue, right? So imagine if the veterans... But then you couldn't edit the facing colors, which would be kind of a shame. Yeah. I was going to say we could make it so the veterans have to have like blue facings with blue trousers, but then you couldn't edit them at all, which would be kind of lame. I just don't see... The issue, Mara, is I don't see a precedent for any unit at all with white trousers and black gaiters. I just don't see any units wearing that. So I'm a bit unsure about just like completely breaking all historical accuracy for all your veteran troops, which, if anything, the veterans should look the most accurate out of any unit that you have. I almost think what D-Man is saying, where the... honestly, I think it's fine. The veterans don't have to be super special. Dragon, I think it looks like a rule during the 7 Years' War that the blue trousers... While campaigning, gaiters changed to brown or black. Yeah, I do know the gaiters did get updated over time and stuff. White looks a little more special, so we could make black for the... Honestly, let's go with that for now, guys. Let's go with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go red for the trousers. We're going to go white gaiters like this, right? We're going to go down to the veteran foot and export these guys. And then we're going to go back to the original British foot and watch... We're going to go to these guys, and all they had was different, was a brown crossbelt, right? Well, what we're going to do... And by the way, this brown crossbelt could be a couple different shades of brown. Could be like 2 different shades of brown. And so, by the way, what we'll do is we're going to go to the pants, or sorry, the boots, and we're just going to give them the long black gaiters, like that. And so this way you kind of have a mix. Yeah, the line should be accurate, because they're the most common. That is true. So we could give black gaiters to the regular foot and then white gaiters to the veteran foot. So this way you have a nice mix. What do you guys think? Or do we just go white for the foot and white for veteran and just acknowledge that there's not going to be much of a difference between the veterans and the regulars and just kind of accept that? I could even make the jacket color a little more vibrant, so the color looks a little less faded on the red. That's also an option. So for example, on the veterans, they could look more like that, just slightly more red. Possibly, but yeah, it's tough. Any other thoughts on that? I know we're kind of stuck a little bit on this. I'd be tempted to swap the Gators for the veteran and regulars, as the veterans are hardened troops and would likely wear the Gators for campaigning. God, this music is so obnoxious. I feel like the main difference between the British units are the hats, so I could go either way. Yeah, that's fair. Do you have a hat variation for the Minden Rose? Oh, interesting. Maybe the veterans have the Minden Rose. Maybe that's what we do, Merritt. That's such a great idea. Wow, what a great idea. I would have never thought of that. We can definitely do that. Because I have a leaf in the hat for the Austrians where they wear a green leaf sometimes. We just change the leaf to red for a rose or a pom-pom. We can definitely do that. Let's do it. Cool. So let's go with the... Let's keep the white Gators, which in my opinion just look better. This will be British foot. Then we're going to open up the veteran. And then we're going to go to the hat. And then let's look at the British Minden Rose. Because this way the veterans look like they've been at Minden, right? So these guys are actual veterans. So it looks like they just have like red and white in their hat. Whatever looks most like a rose. So let's go down. And I think we should grab the one that looks like this. Check that out. See how it's 3 leaves? What we do is we could take the leaf. Okay, the pom-pom can probably stay black, right? Unless we want to make that part like white. Which kind of looks like one of the white roses. And then the other part of the hat we could make... Would the rose be pink or red? I think it's more like a red rose, right? It's like a bright red like that. Look how cool that would be. That's so perfect, isn't it? So when you upgrade the unit, it looks super, super clear. It's a big indicator of being, I'm at a massive battle. Yeah, exactly. Merritt, that's such a good idea, dude. White pom-pom, red... Yeah, do you guys like that? With the white pom-pom and the red rose? Or do you want to go with pink rose? What do you guys think? They do pink there. You could also try, like... I don't really like this idea, but you could go green for, like, the thorns. And then you could go red... Oh, I'm sorry. You can go red for the pom-pom like that. Let me make a few options, and then we'll see what we like best. We could do a white pom-pom and a red. Like that. That's another option. Oh, dude, you could do... Merritt, you're fucking genius. Again. Pink, red, or white, right? Check this out. Look how cool our fucking editor is. Watch this. Ready? We go red with white pom-pom. Watch this. White or pink. You can add 3 color variations. So it could be a player option, actually, but I don't think I want to do that, because then they could make, like, blue roses or something, which might be weird, right? Why don't we take pink and make that a 3rd and final variation, and now you've got all different color roses, and all your veterans have different rose colors, and they stand out more. Sorry to swear on a stream that is maybe not good for swearing, but that's fine. Check that out. Look. So now they have pink. I think we go a little bit more vibrant on that pink color. I think that's a good pink. Or it turns red. Or it turns white. So it's completely random. So use the sprig of leaves as a placeholder, and once a new asset is made, make new roses. I could do that. I could. It's cool you actually see it on the hat, too. Should I get my artist? It wouldn't be too hard. I could get him to make variations. Honestly, here. Sorry, let me just communicate this to the artist. So what we're going to do is... I think it's probably worth making an original asset for, because that would look so cool. And I'm such a you're lucky I like the British. If this was like the Austrians that I don't really care about that much, maybe I'd be like, I don't really want to do it. But I'm such a British fan of their uniforms and their army that I think I would really like to do that. So what I'd probably do is... Yeah, exactly, D-Man. I'm getting the pom-pom removed. Exactly. So what we can do is we can say, make it so the... And this way I can make it so each rose could randomly be either pink or white or red, since they're using the... All right, so let's see if Nico could do that. That'd be so cool to have, honestly. He's writing back now. He's going to love this idea, too, because Nico's the one who came up with the Minden roses on our loading screen. And then... what else did I want to do? I want to change or ask him about one other thing. I forget. Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. Okay. That order is now placed, so we can have Nico do that. Cool. We've got the veteran foot done. Good. It's going to look really sick when he's done with that. Now the British Grenadiers. They pretty much are going to get the veteran uniform. I would say with any kind of... They get a lot of different strap colors. So they could have brown or yellow or light brown. And then we're going to give them the British hat. And we got dedicated British Grenadier hats made, I'm pretty sure. There's the Hanoverian one. Look how cool that one is. And the British one's going to get the basic, like, bear skin. Let me see which one. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the British one. Check that out. Pretty cool. Did the British bear skins were brown. So we're going to go with a dark brown color on the back. Maybe a darker brown would look... Yeah, that looks nicer in my opinion. And then the front plate is colored by the regiment. Is that right? So it could be red or blue or whatever. Or is it always red or something? I think it's based on the regiment. So I think that would be editable, right? So you could make it like orange or whatever color you want to. Wasn't the bearskin for the Highlanders? Oh, you're right, dude. You're totally right. Such an idiot. Yeah, you're right. The British didn't have bearskin. Yeah, it's just for the Highlanders. I'm stupid. No. The British use the first one I picked. It's this one that they should be using. Sorry. It looks like this for the regular British Grenadiers. Okay, and then the bottom part is red. Like that. Or no, wait. There, that part is red. And then I think this part is edited by the player. Like it could be yellow or buff or blue. Let me go check if that's right. Jacob is working on Master of Command. Yeah, he's doing the soundtrack for it. Unlike Fire Maneuver, the vast majority of tracks are going to be fictional. So we're just making them ourselves, which I think I prefer. Let me just look up British Grenadiers 7 Years' War. I want to see how the facing color influences the hat. That one's white and then red. That one's green and then red. Yeah, that's cool. I love when it matches like that. It's so cool. And that's such a big part of the uniform that the player's going to be able to edit. You get to edit the whole front part of the Grenadier plate. That's going to look so good. It seems like the back part is red. Yeah. Look at this. That's exactly right. That's so cool. So look at the type of Grenadier hats you can do. Yeah, I'm going to have a field day with this, dude. I'm going to love playing as the British. All right, and then the jacket stays the same. I think everything else stays the same for the British. I think this is right. How about the front part, the tassel? It's got a red tip, so I'm going to go... This part doesn't do anything. Ah, interesting. This whole thing needs to be white, right? Or is it silver? I think it's white. Yeah. So it's like that. That is correct. Okay. This looks right. Cool. So British. And what color is their... Okay. They got white. Let's go to their pants. The boots. White long gaiters. Yeah, this is right. Good. British Grenadiers. Export. Cool. And now we're going to do the Highland Grenadiers. And the Highland ones are going to get a special shirt. Highlander. I'm going to give them Highland Gold. And then I'll give the regular Highlanders silver, just to distinguish them a little bit. Unless there's another reason why there's gold. No, I'll just give them Highland Gold. Okay, cool. So by the way, they will get a kill. Just ignore the model on the left. The model is inaccurate. See how it's using a Hussar uniform? That it just means it's a work in progress because we haven't done the kilts yet. So now we get a bearskin. Oh. So now we're gonna go there. Cool. And then the hat is gonna be dark brown. Which brown do you guys like better? I think I like this one better. Yeah. And then the front plate on a Scottish Highlander Grenadier. Oh, 7 Years' War. It looks like that front plate does get color altered too. See, it's blue and blue, red and blue, red and red, red and green. It doesn't look like it's getting altered very much. It seems like it's always red, it seems. Yeah, I think that front plate is always red for the Scots. So I don't think they're going to be able to edit very much. That's fine. That part's red. And then is it white in that part, or is it like silver or something? Silver. Yeah, I think what we'll do is go for like a silver color there. It looks very bright though. I'm going to go white. Good. Do you guys think the darker brown looks better or this brown? I think the medium brown. Well, that guy's wearing like black. Okay, yeah, no, they definitely wear darker brown for sure. It's like that. Like a very dark brown. And do the Highland troops, the Highland Grenadiers in the 7 Years' War, do they even have a crossbelt? Looks like if they do, it's almost usually white. That one's green. Yeah, the darker brown's better. What color is the Highland Grenadier crossbelt that we want to go with? It's okay, D-Man, if the hat isn't customizable. That's not a huge deal, as long as the shirt is, and the shirt will be. Well, is it not? I don't think it actually is. Let me think. That might be an issue. Hold on. I don't see any customizable elements right now, which is weird. It's hard to find. It's mixing like the... Okay, there. That's 1760, and that's 1759. See, they actually have a collar. So I think what we do actually is just add the collar in like that. I've seen black straps, so we can go black, white, or brown straps for the British Grenadiers, for the Highland Grenadiers. Yeah, we're gonna give them the collars for customizing. I think that's good. That's perfect. It would have been cool to be able to edit the kilt color, but I don't think there's enough variety in kilt color that'd be so difficult to try to implement. Okay, I think it's so tough not being able to see the model. This model is completely outdated. It's using the wrong hat, the wrong shirt, and no kilt. So we really only have to go off of the guy on the right here. Can you please put the Moonlight Sonata lightly lowered? We can hear it, but not fully. Yeah, I can lower the music. It's not a Moonlight Sonata, though. But yeah, I'm seeing like beige, white, and black as like the main Highland straps. So that's kind of what I'm going for. Yeah. And then the regular Highland foot we'll do next. And, okay, this should be good for the Highlanders. Highland Grenadiers, good. And then for the regular Highlanders, Highland foot, what we want to do is go back and grab this really cool unique hat we made just for the Highlanders. Check out the beret, I love that. And I believe the shirt with the hat color. There. Good. I believe this Highland hat is going to be colored based on the regiment, which is really cool. British Highlanders, 7 Years' War. I could be wrong. It might always be blue. It may always be blue. I believe that's probably the case. Yeah, so let's go look. Great Britain, Highland. .42. Where's blue, of course. Green. Yeah, it's always blue. So I'm thinking like dark blue like this is nice. Yeah. And then the part underneath seems like it's white. Yep. And then I can't really set any other part of it. Okay. That's good. Again, it's using the wrong hat model. This is just wrong, but yeah. And then the straps are fine because this is using the Highland mix of the hat of the straps, which I think is fine. The collar looks like they have a collar as well. Do the other regiments of foot have collars? Why do I feel like they do? Oh, no, they don't. They don't. Okay, yeah, so the Highlanders uniquely get a collar, which is cool. And so I think that does them. Highland foot. Good. Okay, they're done too. So if we look at our unit tree, recruits are done, foot is done, veterans are done, grenadiers are done, Highland's done, this Highland's done. Good. Okay. The socks. Yeah, I can't edit any of those things right now because we don't see what the guy looks like. I'm assuming that we could preemptively change his shoes out because we know the kilt is going to come down. So he's probably not going to wear tall boots. So yeah, we could just change his shoes now. There. That would be the Highland foot. And then let's do the same thing with the Highland Grenadier. Let's just give him shoes. There. The Brits are going to be hard. I think they actually are going to be a little bit tough. I'll show you just a really quick preview of their unique starting position. I think it's in MOC campaign data. Stratagems. So what I designed for them is that coffers over corpses, that's their main faction stratagem. And that gives you a daily subsidy of cash. You just passively earn money. The French are kind of the opposite. They actually their officers cost a maintenance, because no other factions have a maintenance cost. Usually your maintenance cost of your army is rolled into your provisions. I just figured, why make it so the player's food goes down and money goes down? I just made it so the more troops you have, your provisions just go down more. So this way you only have to worry about one maintenance cost. But the French are unique that their officers add a monetary weight, just because they're so lavish and they're messing up the logistics. So the French are kind of interesting because their challenge is that they're losing money constantly the more officers they have, but their recruitment cost for infantry is so cheap for cavalry, infantry, and artillery. The British are kind of they have a different way of going about that. They're gaining passive money, but the manpower purchasing is just far lower. So you cannot be taking losses because they just do not have as deep manpower reserves as the other factions, but they're getting this passive subsidy of cash. So as the British, you want to be spending that money on upgrades and weapons that other units or other nations can't really afford because they're not just going to be handed out free money. So with these subsidies, you can get better guns or better haversacks or better boots and stuff for your troops and go with more of a quality build. And to play into the quality idea, the first army that you have unlocked as the British are called the Thin Red Line, the British expedition. The Thin Red Line is their bonus. And what the Thin Red Line does is it gives you a 2% accuracy buff per vacant unit in your army. So what this means is if I have a maximum army of 20 guys, that's what every nation has, right? You can have 20 regiments. It means that if I start the game with only, let's say, 4 units, I have 16 slots that are vacant. 16 slots I can fill up. So you take 16, multiply it by 2, and I'm getting a 32% accuracy, which is a damage increase, which is massive. Even a 5% increased accuracy would be huge. So 32% is borderline overpowered. But the idea is that the more units you recruit and the less vacant slots you have, if you fill out a big army, which eventually you will need, this bonus will be virtually gone. So you get a very strong early game, but by the late game, you got to be a bit more careful to retain this bonus and maybe focus on leaving one of your divisions blank. So it's a whole different way. Your entire playstyle is just completely flipped on its head when you play as the British, because you now have a subsidy system, you've got way lower manpower than the other factions, and then you have a whole way of playing tall instead of playing wide with a larger army. So the entire playstyle for the British is completely different. When you unlock the Hanoverian Corps and the subsidy troops, though, they've got their own stratagems. So they get rid of this idea of the vacant slot bonus. They get rid of that. And instead, the Hanoverians replace it with their bonus called the White Horse. You'll notice I went with this theme, the red, the white, and the blue. Blue for the Hessians and white for the White Horse on the Hanoverians and the red for the Thin Red Line. And so the White Horse gives you a move speed in battle by 10%. And the idea here is that it's not necessarily, I figured horses you think moving quickly, but the Hanoverians are not known for cavalry. So I was thinking, well, I like the White Horse reference because they have it on their flag, but they aren't known for cavalry. So how do you represent that? So instead of giving them a cavalry buff, what I did is I just represented the horse by the idea of the fact that they can move quicker in battle. And how do you explain that the fact that the Hanoverians move quickly? Well, my idea was that the Hanoverians are fighting on their home turf. They're almost the entire war in the Western Theater within Germany is all being fought within Hanover. So they know the roads, they know their locations, they're fighting in their own towns, they're fighting in their own villages. They can move quickly and reposition. So they're a more agile kind of Hanoverian British composition. However, their morale is down by 10%. And now you wouldn't necessarily think that all the Hanoverian morale is down. Maybe the Hessians or the Brunswickers, who are a little less reliable, their morale would be lower. And they are the lower morale of the Brunswicker troops is represented in the base unit stats. And the Hanoverian base unit stats are actually fine. But the issue is that Hanover actually surrendered They almost fully capitulated and surrendered during the war, and the British and the Prussians had to kind of bring them back in, and the Prussians felt quite betrayed by the Hanoverians almost leaving the war due to a loss in, I forget which battle it was, maybe it was Hastenbeck or something like that, but they had lost a major battle, and they were about to exit the war. So my idea here is that they kind of have a lower morale, like they might capitulate in a way. Not that you're leading a nation in this game, but it's just abstractly communicating the idea of the Hanoverians maybe being less reliable on that front, but you can compensate for that by just like using that subsidy to buy them goods that would keep their morale higher in battle. And they move a lot quicker, so you can rely on repositioning and outrunning your opponents because you just know the land better. And then finally, my research for the blue shield, which is referring to the Hessian flag of the 1750s. You'll notice they have, guess what, a blue shield on the front. The idea there, now the Hessians were known in the American Revolution as being like unreliable troops, but that's like the complete opposite. The Hessians are like super comparable to the Prussians, and in fact, I think it was in the middle of the 7 Years' War that they fully adopted Prussian drill. So the Hessian troops are like actually known for being quite reliable and heavier troops, and I made them reduce the fire damage they receive. And this kind of, my goal is to make a cool sounding stratagem, which is like your bonus, and also make it historically accurate, right? So the blue shield, I was like, the flag looks cool, and I want the red, white, and blue theme. So how do you make them sound defensive? But the Hessians aren't known for being defensive. They're just known for being well-disciplined. So I was thinking maybe reduce the amount of fire damage they receive. They're a little more sturdy. And the idea of being sturdy also plays into the idea of a shield, being defensive. And this also gives such great variety because the thin red line is about being quality over quantity. The white horse is about moving quickly and being really agile. You can't stay in a fight too long because your morale is low. And the blue shield is about being defensive. It's the opposite of moving quickly. It's about really holding the line and being like very sturdy troops and being quite reliable, which I think the Hessians were kind of known for. Their negative trait is that the non-German troops gain less experience because this is a subsidy formation that you're forming. So you're not supposed to rely on the English and the Scottish troops. You're supposed to be relying on the Germans. So when you play as the Blue Shield, you're going to be recruiting Brunswicker, Hanoverian, Hessian. If you want to fully play into the non-British troops and you want to fully play the Hanoverians and Hessians, you can do that. And those troops are really going to hold the line and take a lot less fire damage. So anyways, that's all the thought that went into kind of designing the British army compositions and their stratagems to make them completely unique in the way that you play them. There are 15 different army compositions in this game, all with their own stratagems. And on top of that, the starting forces that they come with are all completely different. So, for example, the Hanoverian Corps starts out with Hanoverian cavalry and 2-foot units. The subsidy troops start out with German recruits and Hessian musketeers and Brunswickers. The British Thin Red Line, the British expedition, only start the game with 2 units, but they're both veterans. So you have 2 veteran foot, but that's it. It's only 2 units, which plays into this idea, again, of the quality over quantity, but it makes it kind of a tough start because your entire army is just 2 units. You better get to recruiting. And luckily, the British have the subsidies, so you can get to recruiting rather quickly. If you run out of money as France, I think you just go into the negative. I think you just go into debt. And if you're in debt, you just can't buy new stuff. So you really have to manage your finances. And if you win battles, you can sell loot and sell off goods or even exchange prisoners and try to make money from that too. But yeah, I could go into the French explanations too, but I don't want to waste too much time because I know I'm kind of now going on rants. But yeah, the French are pretty cool. The last thing I'm going to end on is their first stratagem is called Strength in Numbers for the lower Rhine forces. They get 1.5% melee damage per regiment fielded. So it's the complete opposite of the British. It says, hey, every regiment you guys field, we're going to give you 1.5% melee damage. So if you field a full 20 regiments and your army's fully stacked, 20 times 1.5 is 30. So 30% melee buff for every single unit. So these guys are all going to be in like column formations, min-maxing your melee and just streaming columns across the battlefield, kind of forming like a Battle of Rosbach style of formation that would really play into that, where you could just form these massive columns, and if you could try to ignore all that damage coming in, and you can make contact with the enemy, you could try to break them just through sheer force. And it's a nice little Napoleonic this is not intentional, but it's a nice little Napoleonic reference where the French would eventually come to rely heavily on the columns. And columns, by the way, just give you a better melee buff. So the only reason I'm saying that you would probably be using columns is if columns give you a melee buff and strength in numbers gives you a melee buff, you're doubling your bonus and really playing heavily into that to the point where you could probably be getting like a 50% melee buff with that composition. So anyways, this is all just to say that every single army has its entirely own playstyle based on the formations, the items, the manas that you're using, the way you're upgrading them. All of that is just completely being altered just by these stratagems that you're receiving. And I made them pretty big buffs, right? Like this other one gets a 75% increase to its vision on the campaign map. You can see out. You can spot like all the enemies before they can see you. So that every kind of composition gets a huge, like recruits minus 40% cost. These are not like, ooh, 2% bonus to something. This is like, ooh, 2% bonus per unit stacked up to a 30% massive bonus, right? So every single army composition gets quite a massive buff. The Prussians get 500 manpower every time they first enter a town to kind of represent the canton system. So every time if you find villages on the map, you want to be hitting up every single village and just extracting all the manpower you can for free and just like forming a huge pool of reserves. So all these different kind of armies have huge different playstyles. Okay, I'm really off subject. I'm sorry about that. Oh, look at this, guys. Look what you did. So awesome. Perfect job, Nico. Have Seb get it imported before he leaves. And I can add this to the game. Check this out. There you go. There's the artwork. The stream is such a cool idea because I would have never thought of this. So I'm so happy that I think it was Merritt that came up with the idea that we can put in. Cool. What do we want to do next here? And by the way, the roses are 2 different colors. So we can put a pool of white, pink, and red. And the roses could be white and red, pink and red, pink and pink, red and white. They could be any combination of red, white, and pink roses. Because it's 2 different roses and 3 different colors each, you could have like 9 different combinations of rose colors, which means that every single veteran regiment has his own like little style to him. You'll come to know like, oh, there's the double pink rose veteran regiment, or there's the white and red. You'll kind of like remember in your head because you'll know these units and kind of that's another layer of this like attachment to these units, which I really like, that even the rose colors are specific to those regiments. That's fun. Okay, so let's move on. What have we got here? We are going to move on to, we got all those units, and we've got the British Provincial Cavalry next. Let me just move. This over here. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, for the British Provincial Cavalry, maybe what we do, let's see, they look really cool, guys. You're going to be able to, with the British Provincial Cavalry, change the facings, the vest, and the trousers all in one, because they're all linked to the same color, so that's going to look so cool. When you get too attached to John Blackberry with the 2 pink roses. Yeah. And then he dies in combat. I think it'll be really fun, the stories that people will have by getting attached to their army. Like the other day I went in the game and spent like 20 minutes customizing all the regiments and like researching order of battles and trying to get like an accurate configuration of officers, division names, regimental names, flags, colors. You could just spend so much time in there just like configuring an army. And I think it'll be really interesting to see what kind of armies people make. Okay, so next we are going to go and make the Provincial Cavalry. So we're going to go with the tricorn hat here. And I don't think we need to give them a bow. No. We're just going to do this, and then the hat color will be black. And we're going to get rid of the old hat there. And then, there we go. Dragon, so the soldiers don't have randomly generated names. That would be a lot of soldiers to make names for. But your officers will. You will have named officers that will lead each division. So there will be some level of attachment with the names of those troops. And I have a pool of names that are taken from popular names from the 1750s and mixed into random first and last names. So that's kind of cool for each respective country. Okay, so this is correct. I'm just getting so distracted right now. I gotta focus. I don't want to give them the Dragoon uniform. I want to give them like basic silver. I think like this uniform is what I want to give them. And then no collar on these guys. Good. And then that will be edited by the player. The vest will be edited too, like that, which is really cool. The strap. Let's look up British Cavalry 7 Years' War. The crossbelt's always so tough because they've got white, black, brown, everything. I'm seeing some yellow and a little bit of brown. I think I'm just going to go yellow. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go to the strap and go like that. Good. The stock. You know, D-Man, these are just provincial cavalry. These are actually not the dragoons. The dragoons will be next, and you'll see them. They look a little more elite. By the way, the British stocks are actually white. Let me go back, and I want to go save this. Save my British dragoon. Or sorry, provincial cavalry. And I want to go open my British foot. Yeah, the stocks are not actually black, are they? At the time. No, they are. Sometimes they're white and sometimes they're black, interestingly enough. The stock is like the part here. I think it looks better black, though, to be honest. I kind of like that better. Yeah. Let's check the British Grenadiers. What did I do for... Okay, yeah. Let's go back to the provincial cavalry. And the provincials, they clearly do not have black stocks, so I think that's fine to give them the white. It looks very clear. Do the Scots Greys exist? Liam, they do. There's actually a... If you want to research it, look up Scots Greys Chronoscoff, and you should be able to find what the original unit would eventually turn into for the Scots Greys. I don't believe they're going to be represented in our game, but you can easily make them using the unit editor. Okay, and the pants are actually custom colored for the player too. So they could be green or blue or anything they want. We'll go to the boots. And they get the big cavalry knee boots. There they are, the big cavalry boots. There we go. Good, the straps are correct. The hat is correct. The jacket color is correct. Good, I'm pretty sure I'm happy with this. So that would be the British Provincial Cavalry. And then the British Dragoons are going to have gold on there. And then I don't believe, let me just check here. Let's check the British or the French Dragoons. Aha, yeah, they have the triple white buttons. So that's what that is for. Cool. So the British Dragoons have, I'm going to go with, I might go with like the gold laced lapels, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it, honestly, they kind of look like this. You know what I mean? Look at that. See how it's like you have gold lacing on the inside and then gold lacing on the outside and then a non-facing? Yeah, that, I mean, that looks like what that would be. And so the trousers and a vest are going to be custom colored by the player. The other part can stay the same. There's no, the stock is white. I believe this is correct. Yeah. Okay. Then this will be the British Dragoon. And so now we want to do a light Dragoon. These guys have really cool uniforms. Get ready for these guys. They get first they're going to get these. And they do have a collar, it seems. It's interesting how the British arbitrarily decide who gets collars and who doesn't. So you get this collar. The player can change that. They get an awesome hat. Get ready for this hat. Ready? They're going to get... And the 3D model is not going to be correct on the side. But... beautiful. Look at that. Look how cool that is. Look how cool. So we're going to go black on that part. And we're going to go red. No, that part is black as well. I'll see, I might go black there and like a lighter black there. That's a little shinier, so I do like that. That one's a shiny black, yep. And then this part is silver. And then this part is red. Beautiful. Looking awesome. The cross belt, I'm seeing white straps, so I'm going to go with white. I'm going to go with a bright white. They do have a black stock, so we're going to go like that. Good. And the vest color is white, definitively. Yep. These guys look almost like they're from the American Revolution. They look kind of ahead of their time, don't they? The trousers are going to be white as well, so they do look quite ahead of their time in many ways. Trying to see if there's any other part of the uniform. No, that looks about right for the Light Dragoon. They look pretty awesome. Don't think there's anything else I want to add on them. No. Good. Okay. So they're done, they're done, they're done. Almost the whole British tree is done. I think we just have the artillery left for the British side, the English part of the tree. And the British artillery goes blue. So we're going to get a whole new style of uniform. We go to reserve. And you know what I might even do is base this off of the recruit. So I might grab the British recruit. And they have a pretty snazzy uniform here. I don't want to give them yet the gold tricorn. I'm going to keep it black. They get this color. Good. We'll give them white lacing. They're going to get a blue jacket. Prussian blue, by the looks of it. The vest color is also blue. Facings are customizable. The hat is pure black. The collar is technically no stock. It's white stock. But I think the black looks better. It's tough to say. Sometimes you want to just take a couple creative liberties because, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And some references, like some guys are wearing their stock in the references and other guys aren't. So it's sometimes just a matter of what the guys are wearing. To me, the white, I don't know, the white doesn't look bad. I think it would distinguish the artillery a little bit if the artillery and the cavalry have white stocks and the infantry have black. I think that's okay. So I'm going to go with that. The trouser color could be blue or red. Let's think. I'm going to go blue. Go with the Prussian blue. There. Ignore the model. The model's incorrect. It's outdated. The boots. What color gaiters did we do for the British recruits? I think we gave them black because it looks a little less professional. Yeah, so we're going to keep it black. And I'm quite happy with this then for the reserve artillery, which is kind of a fictitious unit. It's basically like artillery recruits. And now we'll make the more historical unit, which is going to probably retain the black boots and go with the gold lacing, which is correct for the British artillery, and the gold hat, which is also correct for the British artillery, and the white stock. Player can edit the facings, that's fine. And some of the trousers are red on some of these guys, but I think that's mainly for the officers. But some of them do wear red trousers. I would be curious what that would look like. That could look nice. But then again, I don't think I've seen a lot of that. British artillery, 7 Years' War. It just doesn't feel like I've seen a lot of British artillery wearing red trousers. You can see here, it's kind of random, isn't it? Yellow, 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 red, red, black, blue. Oh gosh. All right, why don't we make it random? I can select multiple colors because look, blue, red. They love picking random colors, don't they? Yeah, blue or red, it seems. So what we're going to do is grab the pant color and go blue or red. So they could have either. Am I seeing any other colors, or is it mainly just blue and red? I think I'm just seeing blue and red. Yep, so we're going to make it random. Perfect, perfect. And you see that cross belt? It's kind of like a... We're going to go in straps, give them a cross belt, and make it... I think I'm just going to go mainly for that yellow tone because I'm seeing a lot of that. Maybe browns and yellows, so that and that. Yeah, I think that's good. I think those two colors are nice. Let me see if there's any other crossbelt colors I'm seeing. I'm seeing white as well in the Royal Artillery there. And white there too, a little bit. So I'll add white as an option. So yeah, the British Artillery is going to have quite a lot of variation. Good. And so I will export this now as the British Field Artillery. Good. Let me just check some comments. Yeah, the helmet was sick, wasn't it? Will we have a selection to use a historical versus customer made by self? Also, can we save this uniform? Austin, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. The historical uniforms will be the default, and then you can edit from the historical one, change the colors. Whether you can save uniforms, I don't think so, because you can't really... What I'm doing, this editor, is not what players are going to have access to. Is the hair clean on the artillery? Oh, good catch, because I think I was basing this off the recruit, which I don't even know if you were implying this, but yeah, I actually had the wrong hair selected for the field artillery. Let me go through and check all my hairstyles. But yeah, they never had facial hair. That is something the British Army never have facial hair. The British foot are correct. I'm just checking the hairstyles. Highland foot, I want to give him I'll give him some messier hair sometimes. Yeah. Good. The veteran do not have messy hair. The grenadiers don't have messy hair. Grenadiers do not. Provincial cavalry can have messy hair. Sometimes, though. I don't want to have 50-50 chance. It'll be a 33% chance of having messy hair. Just because the cavalry is just a little bit more elite, I would say, than just bare-bones recruits. Light dragoons are fine with nice hair, and same with the regular dragoons, who should have nice hair. Reserve artillery have 50% chance of having messy hair, which is good. And then field artillery do not have messy hair, which is nice. And now the British section of the tree is done. So now we move on to the German troops that they have, which is another half of their tree. We still have a whole bunch of work to do. So yeah, let's get to it. German recruits. I'm going to base these guys off of... I might base them off of the cantonist or the Freikorps recruits, actually. So I'm going to grab the Freikorps recruit and base him off of this. Let me just go, though, to the facial hair and remove the mustache. Would Hessian... Does anybody know would Hessian and Brunswick troops have facial hair? Is it just the English that don't allow facial hair? Because I could make it so Brunswick and Hessians and Hanoverians could have a chance of having mustaches. Does anybody know anything about that? If nobody knows, I'm going to just err on the side of caution and just have no mustaches. In case anybody wants to look that up, I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see what people say. Mustaches make them distinctive. French also wouldn't allow French facial hair. That's interesting. I've seen mustaches at the time. Let's see. Let's look up some references. So I'm pretty sure I've seen German troops have mustaches. Like immediately right here, there's black mustaches of the German troops at Minden. I think the Germans were a lot more willing to have facial hair. So yeah, we'll give the Germans facial hair. We'll make it kind of messy looking for the recruits, the German recruits. So surprisingly, the German recruits will actually look very similar to Freikorps Prussian recruits, except they will get little pom-poms on their uniform. Little Pokemon balls. There we go. So that will be customizable. Black stock is correct. Silver buttons, blue vest, blue trousers, black. Yeah, these are almost identical to the Freikorps recruits, which is interesting. Which is not a bad thing necessarily, because you do want to tie the correlation between German troops in central Germany with the Prussian troops. So I don't actually mind that. I'm just seeing if there's anything I'm missing. No, yeah, these are just German troops. Okay. Nice and easy. Good. Okay, now we have the German Landmilits. And so our German Landmilits actually go to the red uniform, because these are more based on the Hanoverian style. And they retain the black. They do not have a collar. They have kind of like... They don't wear this. They do have lapels, and there's silver buttons, more like this. And the vest is going to be on the Landmilits. The vest will be customizable along with the facings. They will have a strap, like so. The strap will be like that color, maybe a mixture of browns. Good. The trousers will actually be kind of like a dark color like that. Let me see. I'm going to use a specific color based on my uniform plate that I have here. There. I'm going to use that color there. Good. They use black pants. That part's correct. That part's correct. And then let me look up the Landmilits. Oh, let's also do the hat. Seems like the hat has not only got the pom-poms, but it's also got a little leaf on the side. And that leaf is actually green, from the one I'm looking at. Pom-pom will be whatever color the facings are. And the leaf is like a light green that the player cannot edit. And then let me look up references of the Landmilits. Hanover. Old County Militia. White, 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 and white. So white will be absolutely the default, but the player can override it if they wish. So we're going to change these to white, but see how it still has the check mark? That means the player can still edit it. Cyan just means it's completely random, but it's not going to be completely random in this case. And the pom-pom then will be white as well. There, that is kind of the Landmilits uniform, which is based on this one, if you guys can see. Good. I found a picture of a British hussar having a mustache. Generally, I am just going to err on the side of caution for the British with no facial hairs. I'm just not going to go for it. I don't want to get in any trouble. There's just no point. Okay, this is our our German Landmilits done. So you can edit those. Yep. Export. There we go. For anybody curious what's up next, here's the rest of the tree. We're going to be doing Hanoverians, Brunswickers, and Hessians. So we get a lot of cool German units to get to. 3 kind of shades of blue. We're going to go with the Prussian blue for the Hessians, but we're going to go with like almost a French light blue for the Brunswick troops, which is pretty cool. Okay, and then Hanoverian foot kind of retains this style. Now, do the Hanoverians love just picking white for all their facings? I get the impression they kind of do, but I could be wrong. So let's open up the Hanoverians. Look at the foot regiments to see what their default color should be. White, yellow, or buff. White, black, black, blue. Okay, all different colors. Black, yellow. Yep, they can have, and orange. Awesome, that's perfect. They can have all different colors. Lots of different coat styles too, but I don't think we're necessarily going to represent that. Okay, so we're going to go to shirt, and they almost wear the British cut of their jacket a little bit, but you know, it's honestly a little bit also similar to, I could see it being more like this. Kind of like that, you know? I don't think it's quite, let me look at a different one, like with white lacing, like that one. Yeah, I don't think it's like this. Hanoverian soldiers, 7 Years' War. I just want to check the uniform and just see what kind of cut the lapel looks like. That lapel looks like the British one, honestly. I think they use the British lapel. Yeah. All right, we'll go with that. I mean, the armies are connected, so I think that's fine. Cool. And they use all kinds of colors. So we're actually going to get rid of the white, and it's going to be completely cyan, because you can pick, they can come up with any kind of color they want. I'll get rid of that. And the vest color appears to match too. Let me just double check that that's true. Let's find the orange guy. Yeah, look at that. The vest and the facings match, which is really cool. So vest and facings. Trousers retain the beige color. This menu waffles is just internal. This is for a uniform editor for me. The players, unfortunately, will not get access to this on the launch of the game. Maybe post-launch we could see about adding this, but this is just an internal unit editor for me to kind of build the units out. And I believe we're going to switch to white gators. There we go. I believe. Let me double check that. White gators, white, white, white. Yep, okay. Collar, no collar is good. Straps are good. Hair, we'll go to the more organized looking hair. For the facial hair, we're going to switch over to regular mustaches and not the messed up ones. Hat looks good to me. They keep the green leaf. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I'm missing. I know a unit editor would be good for modders. It's just it's a surprising amount of work. I was saying this earlier in the stream. Anytime you choose a new feature to add, you have to get rid of another one, or you have to push another one out. So if you want the unit editor in, then maybe you push out AI. Now the AI is horrible. Now the battles suck to play. Or maybe you push in the unit editor and now the, I don't know, the map variety sucks. Now there's only like 5 maps to play on and you're getting bored really quickly, you know? So you always have to consider what sacrifice you're going to make with the limited amount of time you have. As much as we want to say like, hey, the devs have to take as much time as they want. You know, the devs can spend 10 years making this game. We'll wait. You know, every year you spend money working on the game and you got to make sure at the end of the day you got to break even on the project. So it's a really tough balance you have to try to maintain. It's really quite tough. Now these are the Hanoverian foot, and I think what we're going to do is the hat is going to be gold brimmed like that. There we go. And that's our Hanoverian foot. They look really good. Good. Cool. And then let's knock out the Hanoverian Grenadiers while we have him up here. And all he's got to have is just change the hat. Sorry. It's cool without the hat. It would be cool to, like, if there was a unit that didn't have a hat, because I like seeing the hair. But absolutely, there'd be absolutely no case where a unit would not be wearing their hat. Thank you, Ivan. Which hat is he going to wear? I think this one with the Hanoverian horse. Yeah. And then let me just check Hanoverian Grenadier. So the front plate matches the facings, and the back doesn't. Does that include the horse? kind of includes all of that. I don't know if we can actually do that, but that's fine. There, that is based on facings. The rest of the hat is front plate is based on facings. Whoops. So that part is based on facings, and then this part is red. And the Hanoverians look like they almost have a brighter red color for their jackets. I wonder if we should just brighten up that red just a little bit. I think I may go back and do that. So that's too bright, I think. Let's go to the shirt. That would be too bright in my opinion. Sorry. There. But that is closer to what they'd wear. I would like just something a little brighter red, just generally. Just so they stand out a bit. I think that's good. Compare that. Yeah, it's a little less faded. I think that's cool to really make them stand out a bit more. There we go. I don't know why the hat doesn't look quite as bright. What's up with that? Oh, there we go. Good, good. Okay, the rest of the uniform can be edited by the player. Trying to see if there's anything else on that grenadier that we want. Facial hair is fine, boots are fine, face is fine. No collar, black stock, straps are fine, hair's fine, shirt's fine, hat's fine. Yeah, Hanoverian foot is good. This is Hanoverian grenadier. Good. And then we're going to go back to the Hanoverian foot and give him the brighter colored jacket. There we go. Looking good. We may even do that to the landmilits. Yeah. And now let's go back to the... There we go. Perfect, perfect. Just gives them that subtle difference so that they look less copy and paste, just to make every unit feel unique. You know, if you field an army of Hanoverians, I really want you to feel like they stand apart from the British and they kind of have their own style, even if it's really subtle. I think that's cool, and I think players will notice. I will say, though, the Hessians, I want them to look like they're kind of an offset of the Prussians. So we're gonna make the Hessians feel like the Prussians and the British had a baby a little bit. So now let's get over to Hessian Musketeers, and the hat is gonna have the colored pom-pom, like this, and the player is going to have a white stripe on it. Go with a brighter white. This color is going to be customized, and that color is 2 by the player. Good. Surprisingly, the stock is actually red. So they have a red stock on these guys. We're going to go with the British red for the red stock, unless we want to go with the Hanoverian red, but it looks more kind of like pinkish to me. Let me just double check that. Yeah, it looks a bit more like the British red, so we're going to go with the British red stock. Did you save an export? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm exporting. Pretty sure I did. I'll double check. So let's go ahead and... Anytime I hit export, by the way, even though I'm in play mode, it saves it. So even if my program crashed right now, all my progress is already saved. It's already part of my Unity. But yeah, if you want me to double check, I will save this guy as a Hessian Musketeer. Well, I know I did. I know I saved. We're fine. Okay, facings look good. Vest is going to be white. And so are our trousers. Good. Let's look up a Hessian Musketeer and see what kind of crossbelt they're using. White crossbelt. Very much in the Prussian style. So straps are white. The edited part of the shirt is that color. Vest you cannot edit. They do have a collar, which is cool. Like so. That part of the collar needs to be blue. It's all Prussian blue. So we can change the shirt to a Prussian blue as well. There we go. I almost want to change this tree, by the way. I almost want to take the German recruits and let a player not have to go land millets and let a player go straight into the Brunswick and Hanover, or Hessian. So check this out. I kind of want to allow them to do that and not have to be stuck with the... I think the only time you're stuck with the land millets is if you want to go Hanoverian. I think that is kind of a better way to go. There. I think that's kind of cool. So this way it takes a little longer if you want to train up your Hanoverians, but they're probably going to be better troops, or just have more balanced stats. I think the Hessians are going to be a bit more aggressive, probably. But yeah, you can kind of go down the line this way. Or you can go down the other lines, and then Hanoverian foot or musketeers can both turn into jagers, but not the Hessians. I think that's how I want to do this tree. Let me see if I updated the other tree. This one. I'm not even going to post it. I don't feel like making a post right now, but I think this is the way I want to do it. Where you can just go from German recruits straight into the... Because this is a blue jacket, and then you could go straight and keep the blue jacket. Whereas if you had to go through land millets, you'd go blue jacket, then red, then back to blue. Because you'd be going from a Hessian, or like kind of Hessian Brunswick style unit, into a distinctly Hanoverian one, back to a Hessian or Brunswick, which seems odd. Steven, my plan is to probably stay on all day. So if I need to be here for maybe another 5 or 6 hours, I will stay here all day and work as long as I possibly can doing uniforms. Because I just do not want this game to drag on where day after day or month after month I'm still designing uniforms and I'm tinkering and I'm going back. I just want to like make progress and get shit done and not, you know, my fatigue be damned. I will just continue doing it, work hard, get it done, and hopefully it'll pay off. That's just my plan. All right, so that's our Hessian musketeer. So yeah, you guys do not feel compelled to stay here because I'm going to be here until I am physically too tired to continue. That's basically the only thing that will stop me. This guy looks done. I think that's good for the Hessian musketeer. Good. And if we want to make a Hessian grenadier, these guys are cool. They're kind of like a Prussian fusilier. So they're going to get a fusilier hat like this in lieu of their tricorn. The hair is not going to be as messed up. In fact, I'm going to go fix that other hair in a sec. The plate is probably gold, but let's check. Let's do a little research. Someone has to remind me I have to go back and fix the hair on the Hessian infantry. Fix the hair on the Hessian infantry. Oh, wrong units. Whoops. We've got no references, no references, no references, and no references. Usually they'll give you a grenadier reference. I mean, come on. Damn, those guys look so cool. This is very Prussian looking. Let me close these out and really actually do a little deep dive into the Hessian uniforms. We don't want the Guards of Fuss. We want a regular, not light infantry. Let's look at these guys. There we go. And then we actually have a grenadier there. Aha. So it is kind of like the Fusilier uniform, silver plate, and I think I'm good to do silver plate. Let's check the rest of the uniforms. Damn, there's a lot of variety in these uniforms, aren't there? Wow, they look cool. Vest color actually changes too a lot of the time. I think what I'll do is I will make the vest color. So check this out. Well, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep it white. I got to keep it white. I was going to make it editable by the facings, but making them gold makes them distinctive. I was thinking, D-Man, I could just make it random. It could be silver or gold, 50-50 chance, just for some variety. But the only ones I'm finding references of are silver. So Hessian Grenadier, 1750s. I'm seeing gold. I need to make sure I type in 7 Years' War, though, because I might be looking at the wrong ones. I'm seeing a lot of silver and gold. I'm going to make it 50-50, I think. Look, gold, silver. 50-50. So check it out. We'll go to hat, silver, or gold, either or. And then I also don't think they have a Fusilier hat. I think they actually do use a Prussian style grenadier hat, which looks kind of like the British themed one, but looks just like a lot of generic plate like that. That seems right. And that part is edited by the player. The tassel is completely edited by the player as well. That to me seems like it matches up pretty quickly, or pretty nicely rather. But the black is inaccurate, which needs to be silver. There we go. Silver or gold, 50-50 chance. And our mustaches need to be cleaner, like so. And the facial hair, the regular hair, also needs to be clean, which is good. Facings can be customized, which is good. I think that's about it for the Hessian Grenadier. If we want to make him unique, we could make the vest and trousers yellow like this, if we want to make him a little more unique. But I'm seeing a lot of white, and I don't want to quite take a risk. Let's see what our one example is here. Hessian Grenadier, yellow vest, white pants. Okay, that opens up a lot, because you know what I can do? I can open up the vest and say, hey, you can be yellow or white. And, hey, pants, you can be yellow or white. And so this way you could have, look, yellow pants, white vest, or yellow vest, yellow pants, or any kind of combination of them, which is quite cool. So it adds a lot of variety, because I'm seeing references that actually do mix it. So that is quite neat. I think they're done. I'm happy with these guys. So these are our Hessian musketeers. Sorry, grenadiers. Export. And then we need to go back to the Hessian musketeers. And we need to fix the hair. Look, the hair's all messed up. We're going to make him look a little bit more proper. There we go. Fix the Hessian musketeers. They are now done. Good. And now we can do Brunswick. And Brunswick's pretty cool because they got some really bright blue uniforms. And I'm going to close all of those out. And we're going to go back and open up Brunswick Wolfenbüttel. Brunswick. What is it? Wolfenbüttel? I don't speak German. I'm just trying to see how you would pronounce that, because that's an interesting little German state. Okay, they only have 4 regiments. They have the Life Regiment, which we do not want to represent because that is their elite. We have Bear Infantry, Brunswick. So they're just standard. I think kind of using the same cut of the jacket. Yeah. Looks about the same. White trousers and everything. And then customizable facings, and that's fine too. How's their stock? Black stock. Okay. By the way, did I mess up on the Hessian, Hesse Castle Grenadier? What is their stock color? They have a red stock. Okay, so Hesse uses red stocks, and the Brunswick uses black, which is like so. Good. They do not have a collar. Well, do they? No collar, collar, collar. So most of them do. Good. Wolf henchman, is that what it translates to in English? Black pants, which is correct. I'm actually going to make them have a chance of having kind of messed up facial hair and maybe messed up hair as well, because these guys are a little less disciplined. A little bit less disciplined. And then what was the unique thing? I wanted to make their jackets quite bright and vibrant, like this almost, but it's a little too bright. We're going to pop that color in and check that out. So it's not as dark as that. It's a little bit brighter. So you just get this little touch that makes Brunswick feel just a little bit more unique, and that's quite cool. I think this is what I want to do. And then the pom-pom colors, I think the white is always on top. Yep, there's always white on top, which is another little subtle detail we can represent by changing the top of the pom-pom as white and make it non-editable. So the player just changes the bottom half of the pom-pom. And that would do us on the Brunswick Musketeer. Done. Good. And now we move on to a German Jaeger. These guys are pretty much identical to a Prussian Jaegers. So we're going to open up our standard Prussian Feldjäger. Honestly, these guys would be a good one to base them off of. We're going to go to the hats. It looks like they have a bow in the hair, and they're rather in the hat, like so. They do a green pom-pom, like so. And the bow is either black or green. So we can go black or green. Perfect. Or to be a lighter green. I kind of like the darker green, but no, that would be more accurate. Okay, yeah. So that's correct. You cannot edit those as a player. The vest color cannot be edited as a player. In fact, the vest color would be the same green as the jacket. Those are the facings. That's the vest, which is good. Now the facing color is what can be edited. So these guys actually do get a facing, and they're going to use silver buttons, which are going to run on a basic lapel, like so. There is a collar. It's a basic collar, which both of those can be edited by the player. Yep, that can be edited. That can too. Black stock, which is correct. The trousers are either yellow. Hold on. They're either yellow, or sometimes they just wear green pants as well. So you can make a random variation. Black, their green vest. Hat is correct. Facings are correct. And we now have the, which by the way, now it represents either Brunswicker or Hessian Jaeger, just by the way it randomly generates, which is quite cool. So this will now be called the German Jaeger under the British tree. I believe this is correct. Yep. Done. Okay, let's see where we're at. That one's done too. So we've got recruits, Lamelas, all of the basic infantry. We have to do the little peripheral sides of the German side of the British tree, and then we move on to the elite units, which should be quicker because they're just based on the normal units. They just have slightly different facing colors. Let's go to cavalry, and then we'll end with artillery. And so we have the German provincial cav, and so I think the first thing we'll do is just open up probably the Prussian provincial cavalry as a base. Let's open up Prussian provincials. Seems like they actually get a double cross belt, which I don't think I have any units in the game that really have that. So it can have this, or it can be kind of beige, or it can be kind of brown. Yeah. They do have a collar. The vest is either white or colored. So it's white or it's like that. Good. The collar is edited by the player. There is an epaulet, or rather a lapel, rather. The lapel can be gold or silver, but we're just going to go silver because these units are basic. So we're going to go with that. Trousers can be white or they can be cream colored, like so. In fact, the straps look a little bit odd like this. Let's give them more of that color. Good. In fact, I would even just go with the straps, no brown, just white or beige. I think that's the way to roll them. And they actually do have a leaf on the hat, like so. And that leaf color there will be kind of a deep green. Good. Black stock is correct. Tall riding boots are correct. Trousers are correct. Vest is correct. Facings are correct. And I believe that does us. Let's double check our facial hair. They could have a little bit messy facial hair if they wanted to. And the hair could be a little bit messy because this is just provincial cavalry. And now we are done with the German provincial cav. Oh, I messed up one final thing. How could I have forgotten? The shirt color could either, let's say, I'm going to go with the cream color for the shirt. The collar is like that. There we go. That's kind of cool. I like that. If we're going to do that, then let's just make the straps white. Because it looks weird to have the cream color on cream. Or buff, you could say. There. That is our provincial cavalry. Then we get into the Hessian cavalry. And for Hessians, we're going to turn them white. And the collar is going to be white as well. Hessian cavalry, 7 Years' War. They have the double cross belt. And it could be either cream color or white. So it could be either. And the vest color is either beige or white. So I'll keep that. And pants color is either beige or white too. So we'll keep that system as well. Really, it just seems like... oh, the hat does change too. To kind of a gold brim. It's actually a dark gold. Based on the reference I have. But let me double check that. Because maybe the references are just always using dark gold. No, it looks dark. Surely enough. Yeah, it's kind of like a bronze-ish color. Okay, I think this is our Hessian cavalry. And you can edit the collar color and the facings color. That's fine. Good. And now we move on to the Hanoverian cavalry, which are also white. But we get our classic red facing, or sorry, red stock, I mean to say. Actually, who gets the red stock? The red stock is actually Hessian. I think my reference is wrong. Hessian cavalry is using a black stock there, which is correct. Let's open up Hanover, and let's open up Hesse, or Hesse. Let's open up 1, 2, 3, 4 cavalry units there. And let's open up 1, 2, 3, 4 cavalry regiments here. Black stock, black stock, black stock. Black stock, black stock, black stock. Okay. And these are mainly the Hessian, actually, cavalry. Flags are cool. I could change the shirt out to this new one, German Silver Cavalry, yeah. That was a uniform they later adopted. Yeah, I'm going to make some changes. We're going to make a couple little changes here. I'm going to go with this. Honestly, the hat just looks off with that darker color. That looks much nicer. Just feels right. I think this is kind of what I want to go for the Hessian cavalry. I think this is right. I'm going to go with this for the Hessian cavalry. And then I'm going to go back to our German provincial cavalry. And I'm going to give them instead the white color, like so. There. And the straps now can be either color. Good. German provincial. Good. And then we're going to go... You know, it's odd that... I think he mixed up my references. Because these guys are all... These are the Hessian. Hessians get the red stock, right? They do. So I'm also going to go back onto the Hessian cavalry. And give them the red stock. There. And then I'm going to open up the provincial cavalry again. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this to be right. And they actually don't really wear... They kind of wear more like that. That seems to be more correct for the provincials, which I think is... It looks cleaner. And the stock could either be... This is kind of cool. We can make it so the stock is either red or black to show it could be Hessian or it could be Hanoverian. It's kind of cool. And then what we do is now we go to Hanoverian, which I'm going to open my own references for. Here we are. Which, by the way, aha, the provincials don't even get a collar. But then if they don't get a collar, you can't really see. Okay, yeah, we're going to keep the collar. And also we're going to make sure the facial hair sucks on them. Yep. And now we're going to open up our Hessian cavalry again. Good. Yeah, we can change it. Get rid of the... Make the hair a little better. Good. And then on these guys, we're going to give them... They have to have white. Good. Trousers are beige. Vest color is likely beige as well. Just going to keep that. The stock is going to be black. Collar is there. Buttons are gold, gold, and gold. So we're going to go gold buttons. All my references have gold buttons, so we're just going to go with it. Looks good. They still have the hat with the leaf in it, which looks good. There, that is my Hanoverian cavalry. There. And now Hanover and the provincials are all done. Good. And now we move on to the elites. So we've finished all major British units, and now we just do the elites. Something I do want to do is come out of play mode, check for a push, added new hats. Okay. Okay. So we're going to add the new hats. Let me just check with Thomas. There's no conflicts here. I'm just pulling new hats. I'm going to maybe wait for an answer because I don't want to lose my progress somehow. Oh, damn. Look at the new British officer uniforms that were just made. Oh, those are so cool. I'm so excited to play with the British, man. It's looking awesome. This is for the random generations. These are all the different British officer styles. Someone's suggesting adding like a tartan over it, but let's see. Highland officer. I think the tartan over the shoulder is more for the line troops, and an officer would more so have a red sash, like that. So I don't think we can do that. Also, that sash should be almost like a slightly purplish color. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I think these are good for all the officers. They look really, really cool. These are great. Should any of the officers, I wonder, have a blue facing, but maybe it's okay. Yeah, it looks so cool. Sorry, I'm just reviewing the art. Okay, so I'm going to take the poll, update the workspace. Oh, man, okay. Now we're going to go back into and see if anything was updated with the new hats, because we might have the new Minden hats. Sorry, I'm just, yeah, holy crap, it's Shrek. I know, yeah. Sorry, I'll show you what I'm just communicating with my artist. Hey, Hetman, how are you? I'm trying to see if these are enough, if there's enough variety to include also the Germans here, if we're including the Germans. What else was I thinking we might be missing? I think that's kind of it. I think that's it. So yeah, ignore this Shrek soldier. Let's go to our British veteran foot. Go back to the hat and see if we have our new... I don't believe it's in. Damn, I was all excited for that new hat. Let me ask... Highlanders get different colored kilts? I don't think so. I think they're mainly just going to be green. I don't think we have the ability to kind of do that. Let me ask... Yeah, Hetman, I'm going to be streaming probably all day today and designing a crap ton of units for the game. I wonder what that update included, because it said there were hats in it. Let me check the console, or the change sets. It says added rigging for Britain and France, right. Added a portrait, that's fine. Added new hats. Steel helmet fix. Maybe the helmet got imported? Let me just see. So that one's still not right. That one's still not right. Okay, yeah, I just don't think it was hooked up yet. That's fine. That's fine. We'll carry on. All right, let's keep moving. So what do we got left? We have got Campbell's Highlanders. So again, anybody who's new here, the unit model on the left is outdated. It's using the wrong stuff. So if he looks a little goofy, just ignore him. But we're going to do a special unit now. So we're going to grab the Highland foot. Yep. Ignore the guy on the left. We're only looking at the guy on the right. And so the lacing, I think we're going to go with white colored lacing here. In fact, why does the Highland foot... Hold on. Why does the Highland Foot have... Yeah, the model on the left is there for emotional support. That's right. Yeah, he is outdated. He is Shrek watching us. I need to check our... It's so hard to navigate this goddamn list. Okay, he should honestly have silver. And we should re-export the Highland Foot. And in fact, the hair could be all three. Yep. And then we're going to check the Highland Grenadiers. They use gold. Perfect. So let's go back to our Highland Foot. Sorry, I just had to fix the buttons. Here we are. Yeah, we do need a Shrek unit you could find with... It is German folklore, right? So you could find a Shrek... Could you imagine a 0.0001% chance of finding a Shrek regiment in Germany? So stupid. All right, these guys have a red vest. They have... looks like they have kind of a brighter red jacket. So I wouldn't mind representing that if we want to go like that. That's kind of cool. If we want to make them look a little special. They look very bright. Maybe a little too bright, you know? Let's go grab the color we used for the Hanoverians and use that color. Because I think that's going to be a little less bright than this. No, that's the same color. Ah, gosh, is this the color we used for the land millets? Let me save them. Sorry to do this, but let's jump over to Campbell Highlanders, export them, go back to our German land millets. No, we did not use that color. We used this color. Yeah, what are you doing in Mein Schwamp? So stupid. Yeah, there's a chance that there's a town that generates called Schwamp, and it has a Shrek recruitable unit in it. It's a fantastic idea. All right, let's grab our Campbell Highlanders, and let's use the a little less intense red. Good, yeah, so it's a little brighter, but not too bright. So it still makes them stand apart. And they have green facings. Pants don't matter right now because they're going to get changed out. So that's fine. Let's grab the collar. Can't change any of these. Okay, that part doesn't do anything. That part's white. That's fine. Collar is going to be red, which we will come back to. There we go. Get this precise green color in. Perfect. Okay. The crossbelt. Let's look up the Campbell Highlanders. Oh, there he is, right down there. Let's go like black or really dark brown? What are we thinking? Probably black. Black strap. Good. And then ignore the model on the left. He's got the wrong shirt and the wrong pants and the wrong hat. Everything is wrong about that guy. That's fine. And then we just got to fix the collar, which has just one little mistake in it. There we go, fixed. And that is the Campbell Highlanders. There we go. Now we have the Schaumburg-Lippe Fusiliers. And which country do they hail from? Schaumburg-Lippe Fusiliers. I think they're just their own faction, honestly. So yeah, we're just gonna make a totally unique unit. They're not Hessian or Brunswick, whatever, they're their own thing. Let's open up a... Let's open up a unit to base them off of. Maybe some kind of Prussian. Also, the pictures of the Highland Grenadiers show a black bearskin, but you say it's brown. It's a very dark brown. It's just how the painting displays it. Like, look here. Look how light brown it is on the plate. You don't want it to be this light brown, but typically when you have like a lot of dark brown fur all put together, it creates kind of it makes it look a bit black. Also, I'm sure some of them were black because you take a bearskin from brown bear and black bears. So I'm sure it could have been either. But I think it just makes it more unique to make it a very dark brown. So, okay, let's open up... I'll open up a German recruit. That's what we'll base them off of. I knew I did a unit. There we go. That had the hat like this. And so the bottom parts of the pom-pom here are going to be red. Not editable. In fact, nothing will be edited. This will be white. That'll be red. Unless we want to go with a bright red. No, let's go with a darker red. In fact... pick that. I think that's cool. It's kind of like a maroon. Just a darker red in general. Collar. I'm going to go with this. Looks pretty cool. Vest is going to be white. Cross belt. We're just probably going to go white. Cross belt. Let's see if a collar he does. Strap. Good. Buttons are gold. Good. Oh, he looks cool. The Schaumburg Lippe troop. And his pants are white. I think that's it for him. I'm going to make his facial hair just a little bit more balanced, and his regular hair more balanced. Would it be possible in the DLC to create clothing for armies and stuff? Yeah, I know a lot of people are asking for that, and I think it really just depends on how well the game does. It's just, I mean, I'll just leave it at this. Total War is a multi-million-dollar game, and they made a series, a three-game series. Hundreds of dollars you have to spend to even get the full experience. And can you customize a single part of any unit in a multi-million-dollar Warhammer series made by a studio that's been around for decades? You can't, and by the way, Warhammer's based on a miniature models game, which is all about personalization of your units. And even then, a multi-million-dollar game with a giant studio, huge budget, thousands of people working on these games, or hundreds, I don't know quite the size of their studio, but you can't add a single thing on the uniform. And so if they can't do it at all, for us to be able to launch our new little indie game, you know, and have all of those systems, it's tough. You can change the colors of like the facings, but you just can't like overhaul and create this fully customized uniform. Now, if we get the budget, if the game does well and we get the budget to do it, I'm sure we can look into that. But Shogun 2 did have some customizing, yeah, and Shogun 2 is on the right track. They did do some customizing, and then they never did it again. Okay, Campbell's done. Schaumburg is done. Let's go to the Legion Britannique. These guys look really cool. So the hat is going to get a leaf again. The estimated price for the game, I'm thinking intuitively in my head, based on the amount of content we are launching the game with, I am thinking intuitively that I want to go $24.99 US with a sale, a launch day sale to bring it down to just $19.99, and then have regional pricing on top of that. So if you are from a country where US dollars are very expensive, then of course the rates will be adjusted accordingly. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning on. I can't confirm any of that. It might be less, it could be more, I don't know. But that's, to me, and I don't have a publisher yet. Maybe we get a publisher and the publisher demands it's cheaper or it's more expensive. I don't know. But yeah, I'm thinking $24.99, not $29.99, and the launch will probably be just $19. So it will be cheap compared to any of the Ultimate General games. It'll be cheaper than all of them, I think. And you know, you updated the new tricorn. Oh, that's awesome, Seb. I can't wait to try it out. I'm gonna check that tricorn out in a second. I just realized I messed up a hat. There we go. Yeah, I'm really excited to do the Minden Rose, so I'm going to go check that out in a second once I finish this unit here. Way too cheap for all the content. Yeah, honestly, I think we could probably get away charging $30 with the sheer amount of content we have. There's a ton of units. We're spending a really ridiculously long time to make all the units super, super unique and super detailed. But I don't know. We'll see. I can't confirm a price. Again, it could be higher, could be lower. And I want to basically get to a stage where the game is nearing completion and I can evaluate based on how much content is in the game, how much I think it's worth. I don't like this idea of saying, well, the game's not even done yet, but I just know I'm going to charge people X amount of money. Like, I want to finish the game, look at it, and go, oh, this is worth, I played similar games, this is worth $20, or this is worth $30, or this is worth whatever. I want to just know that once I'm actually done the game. So you can't really predict it until it's finished, And if I feel like, hey, you know what? I think the content's good, but I don't think players are going to have quite the amount of replayability maybe I predicted. Let's give them a little discount. Or we go, oh, shit, there is so much content. Somebody could play hundreds of hours. Yeah, I think we can charge in like normal like $30 price or something. I don't know. It's really tough to say. It will. I can guarantee you it will never be above $30 ever. Nowhere. It will. I would never do that. $35 or $40. Hell no. There'd be no chance that would happen. I can absolutely confirm that. Even if a publisher wanted us to do that, I would never do that. But yeah, I would say anywhere from $19.99 to $29.99 is probably what I'm thinking. If it's cheap, more people can buy it. Yeah, it goes both ways though. If you actually make a game too cheap, there are studies that show if a game is super cheap, people just undervalue it and then they don't buy it, and it's like, all right, well, we were doing you a favor. I think it's actually better to make the game a little more expensive, but just have a deep sale. And then people think, oh, I'm getting it on a huge discount. It's a high-quality game because it's priced high, but it's a big discount, so I can get it cheap. And that's a bit of, I'm not trying to, like, be scummy with it. I'm not going to try to, like, trick people or something, but that just seems to be the psychology with how that works. Again, I don't know. I can't predict what the price is going to be yet. We really just have to wait and see. This unit looks pretty cool. I really like this guy. You have the most detailed and realistic image of the Cossacks. Yeah, dude, there is an entire Cossack tree. Just to show you really quickly what we have, I'm overhauling the Cossacks. Let me see here. Where are my Cossacks? We will be going through them later, but this is the full Russian tree. I know I see you have a Russian name, so you're probably interested. We have the observation tree, a regular volunteer tree. We have a cavalry tree. We have frontier, like Ukrainian-based, Cossack cavalry, Don, the Slobodian. I was researching not only the Cossack hosts that were involved in the 7 Years' War, but the ones that committed the most troops. So the Slobodian and the Don seem to be the most pervasive. But then I also have an elite Cossack unit too. I think it may be in the Orenburg or something like that. But there are 4 Cossack units you can choose from. So yeah. This guy looks pretty cool for the Legion Britannique. Just to show you my reference, this is what I based it off of. I matched the colors up, black stock. The hat does need to be fully black though. There. Trousers are slightly darker, as you can see here, compared to the vest color. This is actually a really good match. This is a very close match to the reference material, which is really cool. Yeah. Okay, Legion Britannique is done. This game will come out probably in March, maybe, but I can't confirm any release date, but I'm thinking like the end of Q1. That's what I'm shooting for, but it's incredibly difficult to predict right now. All right, so we are going to export that unit. Good. And then we're going to jump out, grab our Minden Rose. Okay. But yeah, I'm thinking March, maybe. Might be a little later. We'll see. Okay, that's conflict with something else. Good. Cool. And we're going to go back into the unit editor. We got Shrek. Let's get to our veteran foot. Check this out. Go to the bottom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Look how cool that is. Look how cool that is. So cool. And so it could be pink, red, or white. And I can make both of those use pink, red, or white too. There we go. So look, they're either both white. I'll shuffle the random generation a little. Pink and red, red and red, red and white, pink and white, pink and red. See how it just, you can do all this. Look at the different colors. So you can do all that. So I think that's really cool for the veteran. I'd like to share a picture. British veteran foot in the dev chat. Make the leaves green. Oh yeah, why are they white? That is odd. We can update that. That's easy enough. Oh, maybe it actually is customizable. Oh no, it's just tied to the. Yeah, that's wrong. Let me just have Nico fix that later. He can go fix that later. That's fine. The Potsdam Giants are technically in the game. The thing is, the Potsdam Giants were not known as that anymore. They were known as that originally when they were under Frederick the Soldier King. But by the time of this game, they're just called the Prussian Grenadier Guard. And the Prussian Grenadier Guard is an elite unit. If you'd like me to, I can load them up and show you what they look like. I'll just color it so when I show it to my Discord, they don't complain. And then we'll just go fix that later. There we go. Search up the Potsdam. I know the Potsdam Giants. Yeah, I'll show you what they look like now. So yeah, this is saved, right? Good. So the Potsdam Giants look like this. That is the Potsdam Giants. And they're in the game. They're an elite unit. So it's pretty cool. All right, let's carry on then. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so Legion Britannique is done. Schomburg Lip is done. Let's do the Royal Welch Fusiliers. I'm going to start by grabbing British Grenadiers and then edit them. They look cool, don't they? I think the full front plate is blue, but no, that looks red. Okay. And then the trousers are also blue. The strap can just be that kind of gold color that I like. Unless the Royal Welch Fusiliers had a white strap. They might use white. Because I know a lot of the British elite regiments really like to just like have very clean white uniform. So that could be the case. I don't see any good references. I'm going to let it be beige or... Yeah, I'm just going to let it be beige. That's fine. I kind of like how the fact that no matter how much you mix up the colors, they all end up looking good. Dude, I know. Isn't that cool? Like when this is blue, it looks badass. And when it's green, it looks cool. It looks, you could do any kind of color scheme like this. And like that looks cool too. Like you could honestly do anything. And these guys just look so cool. And then I want to get that red color that I like to really brighten these guys up a little bit. Just to make them look a little more special. There we go. And Royal Welch has a white stock like this. And white pants, yep. And everything there seems right to me, yeah. Nothing should be edited by the player. Good. So this is the Royal Welch. Hello, Dino, how are you? Something just feels off about the stock being white. It doesn't seem right. I don't think the stock should be white. Unless you can see like a neck, like the only case to me that the stock should be white if it's rolled up across the neck like this. But this just looks so much better to me, the black stock. I kind of just want to standardize that. It just doesn't look right without it. Like that looks way better to me. Okay. Let me go through and just check any stocks that I may want to change. Veteran foot, they have black, good. Light Dragoons, black. Provincials, it's white, but I don't know. It just doesn't look good to me. It just doesn't look good. I'm just gonna go black. Let's check British recruits. Black. Let's check the British artillery. Reserve. Black. Yeah, it just doesn't feel right to have a white stock because it's just, if you're going to go white, it has to look textured. It has to look like it's part of the cloth. Whereas right now it looks like a stock, so you can't just recolor it. It kind of has to be cohesive. So I think that's the way to go. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, D-Man. You would need to do it more like wrapping, but if I just don't feel like getting the art made, and I don't think it's that necessary, then we could just go black, you know? Because most units had a black stock over that white wrapping. It's just that some units, some pictures display them not wearing their stock. So it's not even historically inaccurate. It's just that some depictions just don't show them wearing it, but it's not historically inaccurate to give it to everyone. So at that point, I'd rather not pay for the art at that point and just, you know, just keep it simple. All right, let's open up our British veteran. I'll just open up the veteran foot. Let's give him the regular hat. Let's give him a Coldstream Guard. Good. Pants. Also going to be like that too. We'll give him the beige strap. I think that's good. Trying to figure out the French unit will suit the Compagnie de la Marine. I know, I don't know if it's you, Patrick, who keeps bringing them up, but somebody in our Discord keeps bringing them up over and over again, and I'm just not going to include them. Because I have too many units, so it's not a matter of like, oh, what kind of stats can we give them, or like that sort of problem. It's which unit do you want to remove all of the Irish units, the 10 Irish units that actually did fight in the war, and replace them with a unit that didn't actually fight and that wasn't as significant. You know what I mean? So like, I don't want to end up breaking the historical accuracy of the game and removing a unit that would actually be really fun to use, and getting rid of less unit variety in order to include a unit that it just seems a bit forced in. I know they were used on land at some point, like they got transferred to fighting in some land battles, but like there are more relevant units. Unfortunately, the French just has such a large army. If the French had a smaller army and they weren't using German troops, I would definitely consider adding them. I just don't think they quite fit with what we're going for, unfortunately. This looks good for the Coldstream Guard. Yeah, I think he's done. You could just name a unit French Marine and update his uniform and try to color it accordingly. Yeah, you could totally do that, Beans. You could just design your own French Marine unit. There's really nothing in the game stopping you, and you could even design a regimental flag that symbolizes them. So that should not be a problem at all. They could appear North America. Yeah. So if I do a North America thing and we could make a French sub-faction for the French colonial forces, I could see that being the case, yeah. Let's grab the Hanoverian Grenadiers. We did save this character. Yes, we did. Yeah. And let's give him the gold. In fact, it almost just looks... No, I think this is fine. Okay. And they have kind of the standard red, which... Let me open up Hanoverian. Okay. I'm going to keep the red that they have. Whatever red they're using, I'm just going to keep. We're going to go to the blue. And... there we are. And that part is gold. There we go. Blue. Blue. Oh, these guys look so cool. Wow. Yeah, they look excellent. We're going to give them... this colored strap. And their pants will also be that color too. Good. Mesa, I don't think there will be a Steam Workshop, but I would love to add one at some point. We're just trying to start simple. So, yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm happy with the Hanoverian foot guards looking like this. Good. Alright, these guys are crazy. These guys are going to be a little nutso. You ready? We're going to grab German provincial cavalry, and we're going to start building off of them. We're going to give them these pants. We're going to give them black trousers. We're going to give them a black cuirass breastplate. We're going to just do one strap. That strap color is going to be this color too. The breastplate, that color is black. The lining is also black. The breastplate is going to be black. The lining I might make... no, that's good. Good. The collar is going to be red. That part is going to be black, red. Actually, we're going to get rid of the collar. Yep. And we're just going to do a stock. Should be red. The hat, check this out. The model's going to be wrong, but check out the hat on the right. You ready? They get a unique hat. Look at that. This is the Buckeberg Carabinier, which are super unique. I think this will be super cool. All the people who are 7 Years War buffs, like normal people will not know what the hell this unit is. They're just going to go, oh, that looks wacky. But I feel like people who like the 7 Years War are going to be like, holy shit, these guys added these very obscure looking units. These guys are super cool. Is there any other part of the hat I can customize? That part's just black. Black, cool. Yeah, they look like they're from the English Civil War, honestly. They look crazy. I like kind of the rough looking mustache too. They just look mean. So I'm actually going to make it so they have this rougher looking mustache on. I just like that. And actually the reference images show that. In fact, the reference images show almost more like that, which just looks even cooler. These guys look sick. All right. And again, the model on the left is incorrect. So just look at the bust on the right. That's kind of what we're going for. I think these guys are done. They look pretty crazy, don't they? I'll show you the reference. You can see how close I got it. There he is. Yeah, Steven, it's funny you say that. I feel like if I were to write my own like fantasy universe, I could just draw on so many obscure historical references that people would think I'd be like some kind of genius coming up with all these like helmet designs and stuff. But it's just funny because I feel like a lot of fantasy people are like, fantasy writers will say like, oh, they're like, this faction is like the Crusaders and they wear crusading helmets, or these guys are like Spartans and they wear Spartan helmets. And I'd be like, all right, these guys wear the Buchenberg Carabinier 1756 helmet styles, and nobody's it's super unrecognizable. It looks alien. So I feel like it'd be so cool to draw from like these obscure historical references to build like a little fantasy thing, a little fantasy universe. All right, these guys are my Buchenbergs. There they are. Super cool. How many more elite German or British units? We have 1, 2, 3. Only 3 elite British units left, and we're done with the entire British faction. Which is interesting here. We're almost finished. Okay, let's grab some hussars. I want to switch to more of that typical hussar kind of hat. Let's make the shirt is going to be... These guys will look cool. The shirt is going to be... The police is going to be blue, but the shirt here is going to be yellow. This is the IKEA regiment. You ready for these guys? They are the total IKEA regiment here. Okay. Actually, you know what? The pants almost look like this color instead. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. They're the Von Roth Hussars. Check them out. The Von Roth Hussars. Official hair. I think they could have some other kind of Germanic hair. Yeah. And the Hussars can sometimes have these rough mustaches because they're a little rougher kind of units. All right, so we're going to save these guys as the Von Roth. Husaren. Let's check these guys off. How many units we got? We only got 2 British units left. We got the Royal Horse Guards. Let's open up the British Dragoons. And let's actually do the other ones first. These guys are going to look so cool. I think you guys are going to love these. Get ready for them. The 1st Dragoon Guards. We're going to go with the red shirt, brighter red shirt. We're going to give it some lapels in gold bar lapels. Can we do that? Let's see. Yes. We are going to change. What else needs to change red? Nothing. Gonna give it this nice navy blue on the trousers. And a navy blue here. Beautiful looking unit. We'll just give him the standard black stock just because it looks a little better. So cool looking. I think that's, I think I designed him. He just looks cool. No collar, nope. And these are the 1st Dragoon Guards. Good. 1 unit left, guys. 1 unit left, and we're done. Let's grab this blue coat. He's going to have standard lapels, but with gold buttons. Kind of a standard, yeah, that is the correct color. And then a red vest. Here we are. I think that's pretty much it. The pants are red. And these are the Royal Horse Guards, the royal blue. So I think these guys are done. I feel like I'm blowing through these quickly, though. Let's check facial hair to make sure he doesn't have a mustache. Good, because they are British. They don't like wearing mustaches. Not until the 1860s, at least. Or 1850s, rather. Royal Horse Guard. Dunzo. And guys, just like that, the entire British faction is completed. We are fully finished. Round of applause. The British are done. The British are coming and the British are leaving just as fast as they came. I think we're good. Okay. I feel like I almost need a little small break. My hands are like sweating in here. I'm gonna turn on the air conditioning a little more. Check some messages. Oh man, oh man. Sorry, I'm just checking messages and just kind of chilling for a little bit. I'm gonna get back to work in a second. Let me get some water, turn on the air conditioning, kind of like... I've been streaming for 4 hours, yeah. I'm just gonna keep going, dude. I'm gonna keep going until it's done. It's only 5 o'clock, so I have until like 11 p.m. So I have, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 5 more hours I can work. And I can just keep working all day. So let me grab some water, and I'll just get back to it. Be right back. I may only continue for another hour on stream because I am getting a little bit of tired of like talking to myself. Well, I'm not saying you guys aren't communicating. I just mean I'm speaking for 4 hours straight and my voice is starting to hurt, starting to get a bit coarse. And I'd like to listen to music or like have like a documentary in the background. So maybe I'll give it another hour, just so you guys can see some of the French. And you know what? Just to be proud of the work we've done, is there a way we can go in and maybe check out the British units that we just finished? That would be really cool if we could see them. Let me just make sure these guys are exported. And let's go see if we can go recruit some British units if they're actually in the game. They might be broken. Let me build units. We'll see if they're broken. They could be. And if they are, I'll load into battles and I'll debug spawn them in. But they might be broken in campaign, which would be expected because I don't even think the stratagems are hooked up. So I don't think this should... Oh, that's so cool, dude. He did the animation. Look. Nice job, Sebastian. Wow, he did all the soldier animations. That's awesome. Oh, the grenade throw is so cool. That's awesome. Yeah, you can't start because you don't have the stratagems, which I wonder what would happen. I bet we can load them in. So first of all, let's go to battle system and open our debug settings. Go in, and then we're going to add in GBR British foot. Then we're going to grab veteran foot. We're going to grab British Grenadiers. And what else do we want to see? Maybe the Dragoons. That could be cool. Could see an elite unit. Well, let's grab the Dragoons for now. We could add another division. One moment. I'm just adding here. I'm adding a division in. Battle division. Units. Copy. Units. Oh gosh, it's confusing. Let's delete that. Let's just try this for now. And then let's make the enemy... well, no, let's just load in and see what happens. Null reference. I think that's a problem. Ah, that's a shame we're not going to be able to see it. Unit stats, unit controller. It could be the case that some of the unit stats that we're using are wrong. And what we could do is grab like that for now. And just put this on the British foot, just for the time being. Veteran and Grenadier. And Dragoons. Okay, factions. Let's build units and try it one more time. GBR is not present in the dictionary. Which, let's see here. Sorry, it's a little technical. I'm just trying to preview the units. Game data units. Yeah, it's not present. Okay. Let me just check what I'm doing is correct. So if I go into my units, GBR British Foot. Yep, those are all correct. Player ID, Battle General. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Oh well. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine. We will not be able to preview the uniforms, unfortunately. That's okay. Let's just get to work on France, and then tomorrow we can see them. And I'm going to set my timer of when I'm... Oh, my timer's already set of when I'm just going to work on my own. Okay, let's grab the English recruits and start building out our French. I'm excited to do the French, honestly. Let me close out some of this crap, by the way. Good enough. Vive la patrie, vive la France, vive l'empereur. How did you say it? Vive la... I don't know what it is. They say the mountain blade. Vive la pure... Vive la... I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's get rid of these guys. There we go. Vive le... I can't say that though. Vive le... Let's see. Let's see how you say it in Google Translate, and will walk me through. Get my French improved.
Vive l'empereur.
Vive l'empereur. I can't say that. Okay, I like... That's the way to go, man. D-Man is right. Vive le roi. I can say that one. Vive le roi. That is right. The Emperor's not around yet. Long live the Sun King. That is who we care about. Okay. French tree. There we go. My favorite French units are the ones that do not wear just a plain white coat. I always hate when they wear that. It's just so boring looking. Where the hell did this get saved? Uh-oh, get rid of that. Put that here. There we are. We don't pronounce the E, so it's like Vive l'Empereur. Vive l'Empereur. I can't say it. I just can't do it, man. Too much of an Angloid. It's just never gonna happen. Alright, let's move you over here. Vive l'Empereur. How about that? Vive la Emperor. Chronoscope. France. And we go to... Let's go check out some French Fusiliers and see... So we click between them. What kind of hats they wear and like how do they do their uniforms? Let's see. So gold tricorn, white tricorn, gold, white. It's like half gold, half white. So I almost think the recruits should have the white, unless we do the drill cloth in this time period. Some of the units look cool, like I don't know, the Royal Cavalry who just don't even have a breastplate. I mean, they're okay. But everybody just looks like they're wearing just white on white on white on white. They're not really that dripped out. Some of these units are pretty cool. Like the French Guards are pretty awesome. They're cool. But everybody else just wears white on white on white on white. I imagine if you're on a battlefield, you know how quickly that uniform would get dirty. I bet all the French troops are going in with like brown and red uniforms and blood and mud and all that. I don't know. Unless they're cleaning them very, very well. Which could be the case. All right, we're going lapel-less for the standard French. And with silver buttons. We do have a collar. And so the the French go blue, yep, or red, or white, red, white, or blue. It's pretty much all the colors they want to use for their facings. You can change the collar color if you want to. The pants are also white, and guess what? The boots are also white. It's just full white. Nice. The hair will be messy. And facial hair, I don't believe they did facial hair, right? They look clean shaven for the most part. I have seen French grenadiers with mustaches, though. I've seen also cavalry wear mustaches. So I think I will allow them. The audio's cutting out. There's nothing I can do to fix that, unfortunately. Yep. All right, this is your French recruit. Called the Royal Recruits. Good. Now we're going to go to the French Fusiliers. And now the French Fusiliers, sometimes their vest color actually. Wouldn't adding more unique facing colors solve the white on white problem? Yeah, so D-Man, what I'm going to do is the default French troops, like the AI and when you recruit them, can only spawn with red, white, or blue facings. And then the player can override that to any color they want. Or they can play historically accurately if they just want to stick to that. That's also possible. So now we're going to add white. We're going to make their... Can someone look up if the French wore facial hair at this time? I've seen some references showing them. Let's look it up too. French soldiers 7 years war. I'm seeing a lot of clean shaven. He has a mustache though. Seems like sometimes you get a mustache. Those are Austrian. But it seems like somewhat... A grenadier sported a distinctive mustache, although other soldiers were clean-shaven. Interesting. Okay. That's what I was noticing, too. Like, some of the elite units and hussars and grenadiers are wearing a very, like, thin line mustache, but others were not. So I think that's how I will do it. Good. And then sometimes these guys wear on their vest red, white, or blue. Ah, whoops. Okay, on royal recruits. Okay, I'm going to get back to that in a second. I messed something up. Yeah, I suppose that's a problem. Let me just think about something. That's a shame. The collar color is not tied to the facing color on the uniforms. That's a bit of a problem. Because it could spawn blue on the bust and then red on the model. Just thinking how I want to solve that. Honestly, I think I've got an idea. Yeah, I think I got an idea. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna delete that and go back to the Royal Recruit. And what we're gonna do is, it can't be, unfortunately, it cannot be a random spin between red, white, and blue. That's a shame. It cannot be that random. Instead, instead what we'll do is the French recruits will just wear white. There's a technical reason, and I'm not going to explain why, but we just can't do that. So they're just going to wear white, but you can, of course, change the facing color. So you can still override that, which is cool. You cannot change the vest color, though. No. Good. So that is a royal recruit. Then we're going to fix up the hair. No facial hair, of course. We're going to add white onto the hat. And then we're going to do... Is it more of that red? Or is it more of that red? That's more pinkish, isn't it? So I'd rather go with like the deeper red. Okay. Then we're going to do red for the Fusiliers. Well, what was the most common? Was it red facings or blue facings is the most common part of a French uniform? That is what I'm curious about. Also, it looks like sometimes they had blue trousers. Sometimes they had blue trousers, interestingly. Seems like blue is the most common, isn't it? Seeing a lot of blue. And so, what have we got? Red, black, white, purple, blue. So 1 red, 1 blue so far. Another red, so 2 red, 3 red, 4 red, 5 red, 6 red, 7 red. Okay, red seems to be quite common, a facing color. So I'm thinking red could be for the Fusiliers, and then blue could be for the veterans, maybe? What do you guys think? Because I can't make it random. The player can override this, that's fine. I'm just saying the default. Should the regular Fusiliers get red or blue? And then whatever we don't pick, we do the veterans in that color. So we either go like red Fusiliers or blue veteran or something. Mainly blue and white because of royalty. Yeah, I'm just thinking which should be the more common? Should red be more common or should blue be more common? That's kind of the question. And the player can change this too, so they can just change that if they want to. You're saying blue should be more common? Let me see. I'm seeing a lot of navy blue on the depictions of these troops. Seeing a whole ton of navy blue. Did they ever wear red on red, or is it only ever blue on blue if they did that style of uniform? Because it's a little hard to... I may have to grab my book. Yeah, hold on, let me grab my book. Seems like we have We do have red trousers on some of these troops, red facings and red trousers, blue facings and blue trousers on those guys. Red facings and white trousers. The pants are actually somewhat random, whether they want to match or not. But most of the time they're white. Most of the time the trousers are white. I've seen a lot of guys in the book having red uniforms, so Google Images is probably not our best resource. Now this book is also going to tell me what the facing colors were for each regiment. So by the book I want to see the actual majority of what they're wearing. And that will help influence my decision. Are we going to brute force it? That's my question. Alright, I'm sorry to do this. We're going to brute force it. I hate this. Okay. Here's what I mean by that. We're going to open up every single regiment and count by hand. And actually see what truly the more common color is used in the French army at the time and represent it accurately. Which really sucks, but it is what it is. And Google Chrome's going to start like breaking. But yeah, this is just the most efficient way of doing it, to be honest, because the book is really annoying, and it just has paragraph after paragraph listing every single regiment and then just slowly describing each uniform instead of doing a list. So I'm going to put a pen and paper in front of me and have a check mark for red and blue. If a unit ever has both, I'm not going to count it. Both just means nothing to me. So it's either red or blue. So we got one for red. Red. And if it's not red or blue, I'm just going to skip it as well. Red. And we can also stop the count if it gets decisive enough. In fact, how many black did we just see? I think we just saw 2 black. Let's not count the trousers. Let's count the facings. I am going to count the other colors just for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. Just in case we find something shocking like purple is somehow super, super common. Okay, what are we on here? Let me just reopen this. La Tour de Pin. Okay. So we're on La Tour de Pin. I'm going to reset the count. And we're actually going to count every color. Just to see what the ratios are. Okay. We have white for 1. We've got white again. And I'm not looking at the vest. I'm just looking at the facings. Purple. Purple. White. Blue. 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 Red. Blue. Red. Blue. 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 Red. Can you guys also look, if you're watching, just look how common it is if you see the tiny little pant sliver change color. If you notice it rarely ever changes color, then we're not going to represent that, because it's actually really tough to coordinate, to color coordinate the pants. In fact, I don't even know if it's necessarily possible. So just see if it's common or not. From what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing it as being too common. It seems like just the vest and the facings match, and that's that. Sometimes they don't even match. Sometimes it's just white. Sometimes it's actually just... Honestly, the vest color, vest and facings are mix match. I see sometimes they're between red, white, and blue vest. That's what I'm seeing. Blue, red, blue, red, full blue. I'll count this as blue, why not? White, red, red, blue, red, blue, red, 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 white, blue, red. I know this must be very engaging right now. Blue, white, red, red, white. I'll give it black. Blue, white, red, 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 white, blue, red, white, blue, red, red, red. I think red's winning right now. Blue. I'll give that one blue. It's kind of a mix, but most of it's blue. Wow, so sometimes the collar, the vest, and the facings are all different colors. Is that right? So how would that look? So it would look kind of like the blue facings with a red collar. You can't really represent that, but I could just leave it as a mix. I could make it a mix. Because I'm seeing it mix up sometimes, you know what I mean? So I don't mind. It's a limitation in the game. I don't mind that entirely. Blue. Red. We'll see. Red. It usually does match, and I think it looks better when it matches, personally. Red. Red. Blue. Red. Blue. Blue. Red. Almost done. Red. This wasn't that bad. Red. Yellow. I'm not even going to count that. Yellow. Red. Black. 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 White. 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 Okay, you guys ready for the final score? Who's even still left here? Did everyone leave? Dude, if I were you guys, I'd be gone right now. Counting facing colors. Who's even remaining? Anybody here? Let's check. We're here. Yeah. You want to know the final score? Who do you guys think won between red, white, or blue facings in the French army? You ready? The score for red, I'm going to do blue last. The score for red is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 36 regiments were red. I might be off 1 or 2, so do not use this as actual research for anything, please. Because I was counting somewhat quickly. 5, 10, 12 are white. I'm going to save blue, because it's kind of the mystery. 4 are black. 2 are purple, and 2 are yellow. And blue is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. There's your ratio. So, weren't we saying blue is the more common color? Guess what we found? Red's the most common. And then these are more edge cases, so I can kind of clear these out. So, here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we make white the bare bones recruit? Your standard French Fusilier wears red, and then your veteran could wear blue. And then the vest color could be completely random between red, white, and blue, just to give it that ultra variety. I think that's the way to go. And I'm not doing this again. We're not doing this for any other country or anything. I just wanted to see what the... Because it is the standard, most common unit of the entire French faction. I really did want to make sure it had that level of accuracy. So I know you added a red from one of the whites. Yeah, sometimes those color the counts aren't perfect. Okay, so there is a what do you call that? There is something of margin of error between that. So let me refresh. Actually, no, we're making right now a Fusilier. So yeah, if anyone complains, we counted all of them. We counted every French infantry regiment of the war. Now someone's going to complain, well, Griffin, did you consider some of those regiments, maybe half of them were actually stationed in France, and the ones that were stationed in France were all the red ones, so only the blue facings fought in the Central European front, so technically you're wrong. I think I could definitely hear somebody saying that. Purple will not be used Mesa at all, but purple's in the player facing option, so you can turn them purple if you wanted to. So it'll be possible to turn them purple if you want to, but yeah. Okay, so French Fusiliers will wear white, the standard French Fusilier will wear red, and the vest color can be red, white, or blue, which is really cool, because look, check out that uniform. You've got kind of a mix between what they could wear. See, look, sometimes you could have a blue vest, just like they were showing. Sometimes you have a blue vest and red collar and red cuffs. So even though we're making the French Fusiliers wear red, they actually still can get the blue vest, which is really cool. So I do like that we were able to model that. That's nice. What are the standard French buttons? Let's just open like a very small sample size. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There. Silver, gold, 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 gold. Well, you know, we'll just save gold for the veterans. Seems like it's a mix. So we'll go silver and then gold for the veterans. I don't think I need to add anything else to this unit because they're so simple. Button counting. Yeah, no, we're not doing button counting's next, guys. Yeah. The one guy has no eyebrows. Yep. Yep. The French had to shave them off after their humiliation at Minden. Okay, so this will be... And so the player will change all of those things when they adjust the unit. By the way, just for you, from your opinion, should the vest, when the player changes the facing color, they can only change one color. You can't have a multi-color system. So when the player changes the facing color, should the vest also change along with the cuffs and collars? Or should the vest stay whatever the dice rolled it on as red, white, or blue, and the player's just changing the cuffs and collars? What do you guys prefer? If I were a player, I'd probably want the full uniform to change. Probably. Maybe. But what essentially would happen is if a unit generated like this, and you changed it to blue as a player, it wouldn't just do this then. It wouldn't just do that, right? It would do this as well. Or you keep it and make it so the vest is always the same. And so if you spun the wheel and your guy ended up having a red vest and you change it to blue, it'd still look like that. You know what I mean? Do you think it should change both together? Like this? Or do you think the vest should just land on whatever it rolled on? Merritt, I can show you the cocked hat. I'll show you the Minden Rose. It's done. I'll show you right when I export this unit. For now, let's say they can change the vest color, right? Because I think more control is better than less control typically, right? I think that's just typically a good rule. You cannot change the gaiters. There's some things, Matt, that I think we'll probably save for like a sequel. And things like customizing gaiters and breeches and all the little things, we'll probably save that for a sequel. You guys like... Here, let's do a vote. Let's do a vote what you guys prefer. French vest color. When player changes facings, does vest also get recolored? Vest currently randomizes... The vest currently randomizes between red, white, and blue. So it could end up in any of those colors. So should it... yes... Facings match vest when recolored. When recolor. Whatever. I'm missing a space, but whatever. Actually, let's get rid of the comma and then add the space. Or no, facings only, vest stays random. What do you guys prefer? Because on one hand, keeping the vest color could add a little bit of a more personal touch that like some guys just keep their blue vest and you could have red facings or purple facings with a blue vest or something. But then maybe if you wanted like yellow facings on a unit and he's got this like blue vest, maybe you don't like that color combo because you can change the facings to a lot of different colors. So I don't know. I could personally go either way on it, but just think about what you guys think. Okay, let's see. Facings match the vest color. Okay, yeah. I like the facings and vest to be separate up. They can't be separate. They have to be attached. They have to be attached. You know my one issue is if you wanted to recreate the purple unit like this, it would end up changing the vest to purple as well, which is not accurate. Is that a problem for you guys? Because if you change the purple facings, it's going to see how that vest is white? It would override it to also be purple. Because if you link the vest and the facings, it will combine them. What do you guys think? Is that a problem? Not to be mean, but you're the developer. Yeah, but I want to see what you guys think. Just because I'm the developer doesn't mean my personal opinion as a player about like what I like to customize doesn't necessarily always align with what you guys like to customize. The problem is the French look kind of boring. Yeah, that's true, honestly. Doesn't have to be 100% exact. So whatever creates more variety is more interesting. I think that's true, D-Man. I'm on your side with that one. Let's keep it for now. It's easy to change. Easy to change in the future. Let's not get hung up, okay? Okay, so we've got the... If Griffin chose everything himself, we wouldn't have the Minden Rose hats. That's very true. That's why it's important to engage with the community. It's true. Okay, so this guy has got 3 different colors of vests. He could have a red collar. That's right. Yep, and you can change those things. And this is officially the French Fusilier. And then I will show you guys the Minden hat if you missed it. Just because he looks pretty cool. Check him out. So your regular British foot looks like this on the right. Ignore the guy on the left. He looks like that on the right. And then the veteran British foot looks like that. And by the way, every time you roll the dice and recruit like a new veteran, it changes the rose colors. So check it out. White and pink, white and red, pink and red, red and red, white and pink, anything. All different kind of color combinations. So if you had a bunch of veterans, they'd all have like their own kind of unique little roses in their hats. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Balint, they stopped forcibly recruiting and forcibly breeding taller soldiers by like the 1730s, I think. So by the 1750s and 60s, it was leading to like genetic problems and people were unhappy and they were having like actual health issues. And once the Soldier King died, Frederick the Great kind of gave that tradition up, and they were no longer really referred to as like the king's like personal Potsdam giants. They were just the Grenadier Guards. That being said, Balint, look how cool they look. They do look like probably the coolest units in the whole game. Let me show you what I did for them. I made them look... let's see here. There they are. Ready? Look at these guys. Look on the left. Look at the unit model. From in the game, they're going to be so bright and eye-catching. Super bright yellow, gold trousers and vest, a golden helmet, and bright red facings. Really, really cool. Tall grenadier hat. Yeah. So they're going to look really badass. All right, let's go with French Fusiliers. And let's roll the dice a couple times in the French Fusilier. Okay, that's not bad. Sometimes it's red vest, sometimes it's a blue vest, sometimes it's white. I like the variety. That's cool. And then for the veteran... what we'll do is change his default facing to blue. Keep the vest a random roll of the dice, right? Take the hat, change it to a gold tricorn. And we'll probably take a strap and give him a white strap. to make it look a little cleaner. And then we have to go back, and I forgot to add the regular crossbelt for the Fusilier, which we'll do beige. And then we can change the boots to be black gaiters. There. These guys look cool. That actually looks cool for the veterans. There we go. And now let's go back, jump right back to those. Oh, let me check if the facial hair, that's correct. Blue vest and blue pants. We could do that. We could. Some regiments did have that. Let me see if an elite regiment has it first. They do. Wait, do they? The Swiss Guards do, but that's tough, Stephen, because the way the randomness works in this game is every roll of the dice is separate from each other. So if you made the vest blue and the pants blue, but you wanted variety so that they could possibly, like, imagine the player recolored the facings to red, the pants would have to stay blue, and there was no regiment in the French army that had blue, what's it called? Like red trousers. They only ever could possibly have blue trousers, so with like blue facings. So that's tough. I don't think we can do the blue trousers. Let's see how that would look. It would look kind of like this, which looks really cool, to be honest, but if you guys really wanted to, we could. My issue is just that vest color. Well, actually, you know, the vest color being a different thing, that looks fine to me. I suppose my issue is that if a player, here would be the result if a player changed the facings. If the player changed the facings, it would end up looking, let's say they chose purple, it would look like this. On the left, it would look like that with the blue pants, which might not look good, you know what I mean? Whereas if the pants are white, it would look like that. If you wanted me to, I could make a 50% chance it's blue or white. And so sometimes you just get the blue trousers, sometimes you don't on the veterans. We could do that. This is not accurate because if you have blue trousers, they had to have blue facings. But again, we're not creating a simulation, so it's okay if you break the rule sometimes. But I could make it looks better in white. I completely agree. But we could make it a roll of the dice if you wanted to. Here are the eyebrows back. See how it's random now. And the player could choose, you know, what happens if the player chooses red facings? Then it would look like that. But that looks wrong, right? So I feel like it's just not right. Yeah, blue just seems off. We could maybe try to squeeze it in somewhere else. There might be an opportunity somewhere else to use it. So let's stick with white, okay? And then this is the veteran. So the veteran is going to have, what did we say, blue. A blue shirt. The vest can be red, white, or blue. The collar has to be blue. Yeah, so this is the random kind of generation, which I like this. Ignore the desynchronization, how it's blue on the right, red on the left. These are two, actually these are two random generations separately being done. Yeah, that's fine. Boots are fine. They have the black gaiters. I think this is all I want to do for him. So this is the French veteran Fusilier. And then let's go back to the French Fusilier. And I think I have to give him a belt. Like this. Let me just see what that would look like, though. I think I'm gonna go beige or white. I'm just gonna go beige, I think, because the veteran has the white one, and I think the non-veteran will get. Or I could go do none, but no, I like the kind of like tan one for this guy. So we'll go like tan, or did they do any other color? Kind of like yellowish a little. Let me grab a good color then for that. There, so it could be tan as well. And the veteran wears white, which is a little cleaner looking. So those are done. Now we get to the French Grenadier. And he wears kind of like this. And I'll have the French Grenadier also wear blue, maybe? Or should the French Grenadier stay red? What do you guys think? Yeah, we didn't actually think about that. We've got a Fusilier, a Veteran, and a Grenadier. And the colors we have left are red and blue. And who do we want to assign them to? We could go red and red on the Veteran still. Or we could go red and then blue for the Veteran and then keep the red for the Grenadier, but then the hat changes. So this way... Or you could go blue and blue. So this way, it kind of progresses down like that. And then a player could always change it. It would mean, though, that every single French Grenadier unit is red. Alternatively, I could just do one quick check on Grenadiers and see what they typically wore, because there's not going to be many of them. Well, Grenadiers are formed by the company. So it actually would be the same ratios. I like blue being an elite color. Yeah, that's true. We can keep it consistent. Let's go blue. And the player can change it. If you want to go red with the Grenadiers, you could. So let's do that. And so we'll do... that's weird. This is the vest, I assume? The vest can be all of these. What's this color? That's the vest. Well, what the hell is this one? Oh, that's the facing color, which will be blue for the Grenadier. Okay. Yeah, blue against the British red. I agree. Okay. So we'll do this. We'll go white for the crossbelt, I think. Actually, they wore all kinds. So we'll do like gold or white. Like beige or white. And then they had like a gold bear skin. And then on the hat, we'll go blue. But then the player can change it if they want to override. That's fine. And then the lacing is white. That's cool. I really like how the French are constantly using that red, white, and blue scheme. That's quite nice. And we'll give them black boots so they match the idea of like the elite ones using black. And I think black just looks nicer because it offers some contrast. So I typically prefer it. That's good. Skin, hair is fine. Pants are fine. Those are the edited parts of the uniform. That's fine too. I think this is good for the Grenadier. Cool, cool, cool. It is a shame we will never get red Grenadiers. The AI will use. They will only have blue. But I suppose that's okay. Because they're going to have blue regulars and then some red Grenadiers, and it'll just, when you're far away, it'll give the illusion of that red, white, and blue just all kind of mixed together. So I think that's okay. D-Man's got to go in 10 minutes. I have to go in... Let's see how many minutes I have to go. 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're going to leave at the same time, probably, D-Man. Because I want some time to just, like, put a documentary on, honestly. And just, like, work on this without kind of distracting myself, because I could probably go a little bit faster. By the way, for anybody, here's what's really cool. You ready? If anybody wants to LARP, like, Napoleonic, I have a section of the tree that I kind of pushed in. There were a lot of units that were part of this, so it's not fictitious, but check this out. If you go recruits, you can change and go to the voluntaries, and they wear blue coats. So you could have an entire blue coat infantry that looks more Napoleonic if you wanted to. They're not going to have shakos, obviously, but if you wanted a more revolutionary-themed force, you could do this and then change their flags to French tricolors and rock like a full French revolutionary force. So that's pretty cool. And then you can grab some chasseurs in green and kind of mix that army force together. The grenadiers do the Royaux grenadiers, which are like the militia grenadiers, just wear white with a white tricorn. They look kind of lame, but basically those Royaux grenadiers are an extension of like the royal recruits in a way. Yeah. I say let's knock out the voluntaries, Fusiliers. Those guys are going to look awesome. And I'm pretty sure the voluntaries all wore red, so that one's nice and simple. Let's go with a blue coat. And the player can change it, of course, if they wish. Beautiful. Oh, these guys are going to be sick. I wish there was a grenadier version of this. Look how cool these guys look. You technically do have... I don't know. You have the Grenadiers of France, like that. So you could get some Grenadiers of France. These guys should only cost 1. Yep. There we go. I love the classical looking red, white, and blue French. I also really like that song. I think the white crossbelt looks good on them. Yeah. Where are they? Did I forget to put them down? Oh no, they might be at the bottom. Volunteers, Fusiliers, so there. Hello, old guard. Only got about 10 minutes left. Alright, volunteers are done. For the French Royaux Grenadiers, I might just give them the bearskin. And then maybe a red facing so they look less elite. I might have to bullshit a little bit because the French Royaux Grenadier uniform is identical to the recruits, which looks wrong, right? So I might bullshit this a little bit. And we might grab the French Grenadiers and just kind of just change them a little to make them look more rusty. A plain bearskin. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe like this, maybe like that. Oh, great idea. Way better. I wouldn't have thought of that. Just something more basic. And the collar will be blue, or no, red, because we said red is the more like cheaper kind of troop. Good, and you can change all those. I think that's good for him. White if black... Yeah, exactly. And you know what's cool? They did actually use white as well. And the other voluntaries use white, so it has some consistency with this line in the tree. And white is used for the less elite troops. And then we can use black for the more elite ones, so yeah. I like this look. This guy looks cool. And he looks distinct from the other one. I know it's not super accurate, but I don't know. It just looks cool. I like it. If people really complain about it, we can always change it. Okay. Who do we want to go next? Who do you guys want to see next? Irish, German, Swiss, chasseurs, cavalry. I have pretty much time for one more unit. What do you guys want to see? Looks like the Austrian grenadiers from the Napoleonic Wars. Yeah, a little bit. First person to shout out a unit, I'm going to go with that one, okay? Chasseurs, voting Swiss, Irish. Oh, we got a three-way. I got two people in Irish. I said I was going to go with the first, but since two people said Irish, I'll do Irish. The Irish boys. Alrighty. Let's do the Irish. The Irish boys. Let's grab our French Fusilier. There we go. And we're going to use the red coat that we did on the British. I think that's good. And there we are. And the collar will be green. Vest will be green. Here we are. We're going to do white pants and white boots. And since the Irish are going to be kind of the cheaper troop, I'm going to give them the less good-looking tricorn, just something a little more basic. And players can, of course, recolor the facings, which is great. Okay, I think that is it for the Irish. Nice and simple, huh? No facial hair. Good. And, oh, last thing before I leave is let's go add facial hair to our grenadiers because they said they were allowed to have them. So the French grenadiers can have facial hair. And I'll just make them look a little more tidy if they do have them. And I'll give the Royal Grenadiers... And you know what? The Royal Grenadiers are kind of crappy units, so they won't get them. And I think that does us, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming up on like 5 hours. I'm going to keep working, but I just want to listen to like a documentary in the background without having the stream taken down. And my goal is to try to finish all of this. Sergeants and Grenadiers are allowed to grow mustaches, yep. Yeah, my goal by tomorrow, guys, tomorrow you're going to see like all the units. I'm going to put them in a big collage and post them on the dev server. So if you're not in the Discord yet, I'll post a link. And you can see all the uniforms put together when I'm done. Thank you guys for spending 5 hours with me. I appreciate it. I know I said I was going to continue till like 11, but I need some form of entertainment. And you guys are entertaining, but I just mean like I need like a show or like a music that I can play without copyright strike, you know? So thank you guys for participating, and I will head out and I'll give you guys some updates. Thank you so much for all of the suggestions and input. Super, super helpful. No regrets. Glad I did it. Thank you guys.